Opportunity to welcome Mr. Agarwala. Sir, welcome from Tata Group. My fellow colleagues and Elsina Executive Committee member Sasi from Salcom. Hi Sasi, welcome. Mr. Lal from Dixon Group. Mr. Lal, welcome.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lechner from Messe Munich, one of the organizers and the executive directors of the group. Also, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists and moderators. I would like to start with a very positive note and draw your attention for this establishing India a significant player in global ESDM footprint. I have heard in the past few times in similar such events that India should not miss the bus. And we felt later on that we have missed the bus. Well, the situation is now a little different. Current government and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, led by uh, Sri Sahni, the secretary, and his team, have created the whole bus depot to us. Not only one bus, the entire depot of buses. So there is no question that we are going to miss this bus this time. There is no question that we are going to miss this. So this is under the situation, this is a very important and very interesting phase of our industry. Friends, Elsina has relentlessly worked towards making ESDM industry as force to reckon with and participated since last 50 years in pushing policies to work for the industry and in India's ambitious but possible target to become 5 trillion economy in next 5 years or so. For that, I believe the role of electronics manufacturing is extremely important. One cannot visualize 5 trillion economy without the massive and huge electronics manufacturing ecosystem in India. It is going to create huge amount of employment, security and other critical infrastructure in digital economy need a strong and robust electronics manufacturing base. Government of India and various state governments have come up with many game-changing policies that has brought everybody's due attention. More importantly, such policy benefits actually are happening and industry at large is receiving real support from the government. Latest initiative and call from our Honorable Prime Minister to become a self-reliant nation has changed the way we do business. Pandemic, of course, is a big concern for all of us, and cross-border issues that we have been witnessing over the last few months has created a massive business opportunity for us in India and globally. This has definitely attracted a lot of attention from within India, players like Tata Group, as well as global players like Apple, to consider India as a serious sourcing and manufacturing hub for global electronics industry. I think without taking too much of a time, let us hear from our distinguished guests and learn more about their vision and analysis and how we can really achieve the very critical phase of our nation to become a 5 trillion economy with a strong and significant ESDM presence for global industry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Paresh ji, for the opening remarks and for welcoming all of us. Yes, we are indeed looking to a very bright future and a lot of opportunities which are coming our way. I would not waste much time and quickly invite Mr. Atul Lal to please, take the stage now, and we look forward to hearing from you, Atulji. I would only briefly say that Atulji is a real karma yogi. He's a very affable person, very helpful, and I think we all know him as a thorough gentleman. I also know that he's an author, and I think he's written a very nice book on the Gita, which which he also shared with me, and I'm very grateful for that. Mr. Atul Lal is the MD and the Vice Chairman of Dixon, which is of course one of the fastest growing companies in the country in the EMS sector, and the country has and the company has done really extraordinary work, I must say. So I must congratulate you, Atulji, also Mr. Sunil Vachani and your team, who have done such great work in the industry, and you're actually a torchbearer for the industry. So with those few words, Atulji, I'll leave the mic. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Rajuji. Thanks very much for your kind words and support at all times. Thanks to El Sena and Electronica India for inviting us to sharing our views on the changing global supply chain in post-COVID era. So here we have a very august panel. Mr. Saurabh Gaur, for all the positive policy initiatives by the government. Now it's for we entrepreneurs to take the steps. Mr. Agrawala, the whole industry is excited listening to this news that Tatas are keen in creating a space for themselves in our sector. Mr. Vasani and of course Shashi. Uh, Shashi is again the flag bearer of the industry, taking the industry global. And Rajuji, uh, ladies and gentlemen, uh, in Dixon, in our business model, we have two firm convictions on which the business model is built. One, all electronic goods being sold in India would be manufactured in India. Second, out of the various electronic products categories, India is going to become globally competitive and is going to take our a large share of the global value chain in this particular sector. So on these two convictions, the business model in Dixon is being built. We feel that the industry is at an inflection point and there's a significant tailwind because of the government policy interventions and also the evolving global geopolitical situations. In Dixon, presently we operate in the product categories of mobile phones, LED lighting, LED televisions, washing machines, CCTVs, set-top boxes, and latest forays into medical electronics. So we have formulated a strategy for ourselves whose trajectory is like this. And the first and the foremost is that the Indian entrepreneurs in our sector have to look at a very, very, very large scale. This vision has to be something beyond the Indian domestic demand. Please appreciate that you're competing with giants like China. And in most of our sectors, a penny here and there makes a difference. So until unless you generate and build a very large scales, you'll not be able to generate an operating leverage. And this is extremely important for becoming globally competitive. So I humbly request my industry peers that whichever product categories, whichever spaces you are in, Cellcom is a live example. Build a very, very large scale to drive down your cost. Second, manufacturing over a period of time should shift from being prescriptive to being design led. That is extremely critical because it's the IP finally which gives you a premium in the value chain. It enhances your stickiness with the customer. It helps you in acquiring more and more customers. Now, whatever your balance sheet allows, but spend a part of it on design led manufacturing. Third, there has to be a shift in the approach, and we all have to look at deepening the value addition. This deepening of value addition can happen through in-house backward integration, but to keep your balance sheets asset light, look at strategic partnerships within India. We have all gone through very difficult times in the last 10, 11 months because of COVID, because of huge logistics and supply chain issues, because of huge geopolitical and border issues. And we have made an attempt of localizing, of shifting our supply chain within India. And I'm delighted that there have been challenges, but it's happening at a significantly accelerated pace. The manufacturing depth is significantly enhancing. So again, what I'm suggesting is build a very large scale. See globe as your market. Become design led. Help building either on your own or through strategic partnerships a local component ecosystem. And once these three elements of business are under your control, then I can see there'll not be linear growths, there'll be quantum jumps. So I'll share with you an illustration in a space in which Dixon operates. Let's say LED lighting. LED lighting, I'll give you a small example of LED bulbs. Now it's a highly commoditized product. The Indian market is around 45 to 50 million a month. That's around 500 to 600 million a year. The total market size, because it's highly commoditized and a paisa here and there makes a difference, is barely around 450 to 500 million dollars Indian market, and that's what it's all about. The footprint of manufacturing of LED bulb is only in China and India because it's labor intensive. Now, thanks to the government policy intervention back in 2014-15, that when ESL attempted to deliver the LED bulb to the last mile, the volumes have increased significantly, although there has been a price erosion. So, which has led to what? It has led to the bandwidth being acquired by the Indian industry of designing the products required not only by the Indian consumer, but any consumer all across the globe. So the technical bandwidth is there. All the manufacturing of these bulbs is happening in India. However, we are confined only to the Indian market, which is barely 400 to 500 million dollars. On LED bulb alone, the global market is $8 billion. The manufacturing footprint is only in China and India. Even if we are able to bring 10 to 15% into India in the forthcoming 2-3 years, you have a threefold growth. In Dixon, we do almost 20 million bulbs a month, almost 0.8 million bulbs a day, which is around 40% of the Indian requirement. And globally, we are in top 4 now. We have more than 3,000 SKU designed by the Indian team. The value addition back in 2017 was barely 12%. Today, the local value addition is more than 45%. And I'm very sure this local value addition in next 2 to 3 years is going to be more than 70%. Why can't we as an industry, we are definitely going to do it in Dixon. As an industry, take 15, 20, 30% of this market and just imagine what's going to be the ripple effect of this particular one small SKU in the Indian ecosystem of ESDF. The same thing in LED lighting itself can be extended to tube lights, battens, downlighters. And the market is for the asking. We know that the global supply chains in China are deeply embedded. There's going to be inertia when you have to shift. But take a plunge, build large scales, drive down your cost, invest in R&D, deepen your manufacturing, and you're there. So that's my humble submission to the industry, that look at the present situation very aggressively. I'll take another example of mobiles. We are one of the lucky 5 ones in the domestic companies who have been selected under the PLI scheme of the government. Thanks to the government for this. It's a scheme which has been put together. The mechanism is amazing. What are we talking about? A domestic company like Dixon is aspiring, and we're confident about it, of generating revenues of almost 30,000 crores over the next 5 years with a capex of 200 crores. Out of that, 100 crores is already committed in the first 3 months of getting an approval. And the contracts, I can't name, are being signed by large global brands who are not going to be servicing only the domestic requirement, it is going to be servicing the global requirements. The next step is again, so the numbers in mobiles are of humongous. They're of a different kind. I was just being conservative when I was sharing the LED bulb numbers. Deepening of manufacturing, I'm very sure display, Samsung plant is coming up, camera modules, vibration motors, mechanical, chargers, battery packs. All this is bound to happen in India. And then I'm already getting feelers in Dixon from global players for design-led servicing. They want you to design a low-end 4G phone. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think industry is really sitting on a huge inflection point and a sweet spot. I think the government has already done its job, whether it's the tariff interventions, non-tariff interventions, phased manufacturing programs, beautifully structured PLI. The only submission is that once the PLI, we start delivering on that, the execution from the government, we humbly submit, should be seamless. If that happens, then it has a multiplier effect on the stakeholders, on the buyers, on us, because there are a lot of investments going into the system. But then I think we are almost there. I'll give you an example, third example of washing machines. So we are into washing machines. We already have 30% of the Indian semi-automatic market. And now with our new plant coming up in Tirupati campus, we have another 0.6 million capacity of fully automatic top loading. All Indian designers design fully automatic top loading with complete product portfolio which the world requires. With the plant being close to the port of Chennai, the market is not within India alone, it's global, because the scale and depth of manufacturing is the same which any mid-sized company in China has. If that happens, and that's going to happen because we're going to go for production in Q4 of this fiscal, why can't motors, timers, clutch assemblies, gearboxes, sheet metal treatment, powder coatings be all done within this country? And really, India becomes a large consumer electronics manufacturing hub. It's my humble submission to the industry. Let's shed our inhibitions and take a plunge. Take a plunge with huge sense of commitment, huge sense of diligence. And this is India's opportunity. This is India's time. This is something which I keep telling my team, it's a Y2K movement for the country, for the Indian electronics sector. However, there are many, many challenges. When you are shifting deeply embedded supply chains into China, there's a lot of inertia. they are apprehensive about your execution capabilities. So this is for the industry itself. It's on the deliverables. It requires a paradigm shift. It requires huge focus on processes, engineering, PLC, talent acquisition, industry 3.0, 4.0, digitization, uh, labor acquisition, upgrading of the skill set of labor, putting your supply chain systems in place, deep engagement with the semiconductor people globally, getting the first solutions in your domain so that you are ahead of the curve. Now, these are our internal execution challenges, which we have to face it because this is going to be our time if we crack it correctly. And I feel optimistic, cautiously optimistic, but uh, cautiously optimistic in an excited way that our time is almost there. And at least in Dixon, please be rest assured, we are going to be going very, very, very aggressive, very aggressive. So government has announced, yeah, we are one of the beneficiaries of PLI scheme of the mobiles. Thanks to the government for that. Government has already announced the PLI intent for PLI schemes in LED lighting. We're going to be pursuing that. Government has announced the for telecom, which we feel would cover the set-top boxes, which is one of our domain items. We're going to be pursuing that. We're also going to be pursuing the IT peripherals space. So that's what my submission is. That's what I wanted to share on my views on a very, very optimistic note. And thanks, Rajuji, once again for giving me an opportunity to share and my views on this diet. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Atulji. I think that was really very comprehensive and wonderful. I think it covers a lot of space in what is happening in the industry. You spoke about scale, design-led manufacturing, deepening the value chain. I think a lot of learning from this, and the best part was the three the three examples that you have shared. I think it's really great, and I'm very grateful, sir. I think on behalf of everybody, I think I must thank you for this wonderful talk that we have from you. I will now move on to Mr. Banmali Agrawala. Uh, he's one of the very quiet but top leaders of the business and of industry today. And I think he has a lot of experience. You would have seen his profile. He's been in Wardsila. He's been the head of GE South Asia, and a lot of time with Tatas. And those who have been with the Tatas really get honed to the core. They become really top class managers and industry people. So we are very happy and privileged to have Mr. Agarwala with us today. And sir, we would like to hear from you about your views. And the biggest thing which we are looking for is what would you like to do for the electronics industry? I think that is the most exciting part for us. Thank you very much, and I hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Rajuji. Good morning to everyone who are on this session, my fellow and esteemed panelists. It's really a privilege to be here. And Rajuji, I once again thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think this is the second time maybe that I've come to one of your annual functions. The last I remember was when Mr. Ajay Kumar was the secretary in Delhi and at Pragati Maidan when we had again, you had organized a very fabulous session even at that time. So before I begin, a couple of points. I think Rajuji has called me a quiet person, so I get the hint. I need to be short and brief and not talk too much, so I get the point. Secondly, I was just listening to Mr. Lal, and I was looking at some of the points I'd written down. Quite frankly, I have nothing more to say. I think you have covered each and every aspect and dimension of what has to be said. And I would like to compliment you, not just for what you have achieved within Dixon, but also the way you're looking at this. And I can only but say that I think you've got it exactly right. And that is indeed the way to go. But at the cost of repetition, let me just take a step back. I think COVID has done a number of things for us in India, and it has been a wake-up call in many ways. And I would argue that it has hastened many things that were happening in the country, but happening maybe at a slightly more gentle pace. And I think COVID has kind of accelerated that pace, which I would argue throws open tremendous opportunities for us, just as the way Mr. Lal explained. And what do I mean by this? What I mean by this is that during COVID, I think one of the first realizations we've had as a country, and I can say this for the Tata Group, that we just realized how critically short we are of basic goods when we don't have basic equipment to take care of our people in terms of ventilators, in terms of kits, in terms of swabs, in terms of the plastic stuff that goes into a swab. I was leading the effort for the Tata Group during the COVID times. We had a fairly phenomenal effort. I have seen firsthand how auctions were happening in global markets in the eastern part of the world for sale of ventilators for 10 numbers and 5 numbers and 20 numbers, just with a view to maximize the price that these people who had a few ventilators on hand would have for somebody like us in India to go and buy them. And the point I'm making is that I think it's extremely important for us as a country to focus as much on manufacturing as what we have done in our services sector and so on. And I think it's pretty evident that we can't as a country simply survive on services. For an economy of our size, for a people of our size, and a growing population in terms of the age demographics and so on, it is but obvious that we will need goods and we will consume goods. And we can't have a construct whereby we simply import all the goods and simply survive on services. So I'm delighted that the emphasis as a nation on manufacturing is extremely critical. And I do hope we can kind of carry on through with it. Within manufacturing, I would argue that electronics perhaps is now at the core of anything that one would have to do with manufacturing. I think it is unrealistic to expect that we want to be a global manufacturing powerhouse, but would not have even a semblance of a solid and a strong electronics manufacturing chain. Today, if you look at manufacturing, the auto sector, I think, contributes to about 50 to 60% of the entire manufacturing chain. And by that, I mean, if you take both the front and the back, of the complete value chain, you will realize that we are that dependent on the auto sector from a manufacturing perspective. We can't just have one sector that is driving all of industrial manufacturing. Of course, we have other spaces like biopharma, molecular biology, and all of those. But by and large, the auto sector really drives it. We've got to diversify and spread our manufacturing base. So talking about electronics, and
You muted yourself, Banmali ji, somehow.
can you hear me now? Is that all right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I think as far as electronics is concerned, I think Mr. Lal and the other panelists are far more qualified than I am, are far more experienced than I am. But let me share with you some of my perceptions and learnings over maybe the last 8 or 9 months since when we in the Tata Group decided to kind of get into this head on. The first point I'd make is that I think it would be wrong on our part as a country while the global supply chains, there is a realignment and a certain shift happening towards India, away from China and maybe even Taiwan. But I think it would be wrong for us to assume that that source or that venue from a manufacturing perspective will shut down forever or will not be available to the global markets for all times to come. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there is a blip, there is maybe a certain, let's say there are certain tailwinds that we have as India as a country because of the geopolitics, but let's not underestimate the power, the ability for the Chinese, and I would even put the Taiwanese supply chain to cater to the world. And therefore, I repeat the point that Mr. Lal made, that for us to be globally competitive, along with the likes of China and Taiwan, is extremely imperative. So let's not try and build a strategy which is which was not a kind of based on the fact that that is the benchmark and competition that we have to match up to. Whichever way we look at it, that's something that we need to look up to. So that's my first point. The second, I would still say from a tailwind perspective, the world has realized it cannot remain dependent just on one place. As somebody put it to me very well, that if today there was a bomb to be dropped on Taiwan, I mean, 80% of the world's maybe semiconductor supply chain would get wiped out. Is that the system that the world would want? I dare say no. I think the world has learned that that is not the way in which we can carry on anymore. And I think all of this, therefore, provides a significant opportunity for us. The second point I'd make, and again, Mr. Lal made this point, we cannot think about this in isolated, discrete items. We've got to think about this as a complete ecosystem. What does the entire chain, all the way from design, all the way up to a fab, all the way up to producing components and the end products, the entire value chain needs to be looked at. And I couldn't agree with Mr. Lal more, that I think we have to double down on our efforts towards design, innovation, and so on. And when I've been having conversations across the world, every second person in this space has a certain connect with India, maybe he's got some Indian origin, maybe he's got an Indian background, or is an Indian. And the point is, why cannot we galvanize, why can we not galvanize that force and kind of make it more relevant, useful, and do almost a national, let's say, obligation. So my second point is that we've got to look at this as a complete ecosystem. The third, I think, again, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lal, I'm repeating your points, but since you've covered it all so well, I have no other choice. The third is about the point on scale. We cannot be looking at this on a subscale manner. It's got to be a global approach. It cannot even be just an India approach. I would say that even the Indian volumes for many of the things that we talk about will not be adequate and sufficient, at least in the near and immediate term, to get to the competitiveness and a global, let's say, impactful presence scenario. So we've got to think of scale, and as I said, global scale. And I think when we talk about the point that I made about being globally competitive, I break that down into three elements. First, we are, in a sense, if you look at some of the fundamental aspects, like maybe design, or like a fab, or like many of the semiconductor value chain and so on, we are, to be honest, I mean, we've got very little to go on at the moment in the country relative to where other countries are. Other countries have had a head start. And I think that is where we need to do in maybe 1 year or 2 years what others have done in 10 or 12 or 15. And I think our window that I spoke about earlier in terms of tailwind and the geopolitical alignments, etc., I would say it's a window of 2 to 3 years. And it is in this window that we need to make the impact. And it is in this window that we need to, as I said, cover up 15 years of experience, of learnings that others have had. We need to do that in 1 or 2. Now, that sounds pretty humongous, but I think we can get it done. And this, to my mind, can only be done as a partnership between the government and the private sector. Neither can the private sector do it alone, nor can the government do it alone. This has to be a partnership. And again, I'd go back to the point that Mr. Lal made. I would even go on to say that the way the government has kind of come forward, it is really exemplary. In my 35 years of experience in working in this country and even outside, but still looking at India and working with government in the country, I have never seen the government so proactive, so responsive, so quick, and so bold in coming out with many of the measures, which I think the government realizes very well, that this is not all aimed towards enabling the private sector to kind of make a ton of money or become more profitable. but I think it is aimed to make India more competitive because we need a bit of a head start. And I think that approach of the government and the understanding of the matter is absolutely exemplary, and I commend the government for that. I can give you my own example. I've had many sessions with the ministry, various ministries, but including with the Ministry of Electronics. In one of our sessions where we were discussing one of our own applications, I was really very pleasantly surprised that the whole panel was completely prepared, having read our very detailed application, and very quickly they said, Mr. Agarwal, page number 4, line number 23, can you explain what is this? Why have you said this versus that? I mean, that means the application had been read, they knew what they were talking about, and that's the degree of attention to detail and dedication, which is very, very encouraging. I might also add that as we are going about as a Tata Group to set out our foray, our interaction with the state governments has been also very encouraging. I think governments realize that this is the method by which you can create jobs, and not just jobs, but better paying jobs. And that is, I think, the other realization that we have as a country, that when we talk about jobs, it is not just the number of jobs that are important, but it's the quality of jobs also which are important. And the quality of jobs will essentially come through manufacturing. And that's another reason as to why I think both the government as well as everybody else is now doubling down and looking at manufacturing in a very big way. I want to then repeat the point again that Mr. Lal made, which was, I think the government, quite frankly, has done its task, and it's still open to a dialogue in certain areas, which are still developing and emerging. But I think there is nothing, at least, that I can say that I can fault the government in terms of being proactive, thinking big, and all those kind of things. But it's now the time of the private sector to respond to the opportunity and to the steps that the government is taking. And here I would say, quite frankly, I think the response of the private sector needs to be a lot more aggressive than what we are seeing presently. Manufacturing needs to be looked at not as a short-term trading activity that might not require a lot of capital, that will produce immediate returns and results, etc., etc. That is not what manufacturing is. We need to understand that manufacturing essentially has to be a high margin business. Manufacturing is not a low margin business. And those high margins will only come if you are deploying a fair amount of capital, and, as Mr. Lal again said, if it is IP or intellectual or expertise or design led. If manufacturing is not going to be IP or design or expertise led, it will not be able to command the margins that are required. And those margins essentially go back again into the business for further innovation and so on. But the fact is, we've got to move this mindset in the private sector of looking at manufacturing not as trading, but as deep investment, deep commitment, long-term thinking, high margin, very high margin, which will then force people to kind of look at innovation and design to make sure that you command those kind of margins and premiums. I think for us as Tatas, we've decided to go on it head on. And I think we've got ourselves, I'll share as much as I can, Rajuji, what is in the public domain. I'd like to keep still some things which are not yet in the public domain to ourselves, but I'd just like to say that our ambitions are very, very big. We've got ourselves almost a 600-acre plot of land. We've started construction of the first part of what we intend to do. I also was delighted to learn that, the kind of employment that we are going to be able to generate is phenomenal. In our first phase itself, I think we're going to be putting in a fair amount of money, close to about $1 billion. And I think this is just phase one of the first leg that we are looking at. And we have much more ground to cover that we are in discussions already, but I won't want to explain that as many of those things are still being worked upon. and I'm sure you will appreciate, is confidential. There are a couple of things which I would like to highlight while we are on this journey, and then I will close. The first is that the respect and understanding of intellectual property when we go down this journey is extremely critical. We cannot expect to be a global powerhouse and we lose about our understanding of IP and knowledge and so on and so forth. A lot of our ambitions, I think, will happen through global partnerships. I think it might be futile for us to try and do everything ourselves by reinventing the wheel. And if we are going to go and engage in global partnerships, and even otherwise, I think we need to understand and respect intellectual property very, very carefully and very, very well, and value that. And I think that's extremely important. I just want to finish by saying that when we were having these discussions in house, our present chairman Chandra, and the whole task just sounded too humongous, too big. What do we as Tatas know about electronics that all of a sudden you want to become this global powerhouse? And his question to me was, but Mali, go back 150 years to when the Tatas started. When the first hydroelectric project, which is built just north of Mumbai, was built more than 100 years ago, what do you think would have gone into the mind of the person who decided to build that hydroelectric project? I mean, even today, if one goes there and says, okay, I just see a landscape and I'm going to build a hydroelectric project, it sounds crazy. Let alone 100 years ago when you had no equipment, no machinery, nothing. And that's when you do it. And he said, look here, this is a pioneering effort. At least we in the Tatars have always been at the forefront of a pioneering effort where spreadsheets and Excel sheets and fancy consultants go up to a point. Beyond that, it is your desire, your ambition, etc., that needs to take you. And I just conclude with, I think Mr. Professor Prahlad had a very nice kind of phrase where he compared what's the difference between an entrepreneur and, let's say, a manager. He says, as a manager, you are taught to live your ambitions, you are taught to have them within the resources that you have. That's what I've done all my life as a professional manager. But an entrepreneur, by definition, would need to have his ambitions much beyond the resources that are maybe evidently present or seemingly present in front. And this is the time for us to be entrepreneurial. Think way beyond the constraints or challenges that might seem to be there. But as we go working along, I think those constraints and challenges get eliminated. So I'd just like to once again reiterate the point that Mr. Lal made. We have a phenomenal opportunity. It's time to get our act in manufacturing together. Electronics is at the core of that drive towards manufacturing. And we need to simply plunge in head on, take this. The government is there to support us, and it's now our turn to put our money where our mouth is. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Banmali ji. Everyone in my office here is clapping, so they were all hearing you. And I think they are all very motivated. They feel that they also have a bright future, and rightly so. I mean, I think, with the legacy of the Tatas with us, I think the road becomes a lot easier because a lot of questions get answered automatically. And because the Tata name is something which is incomparable, I would say, at least in this country. So I can only thank you for those very lucid and very clear views. And I remember your speech or the talk which you gave, I think it was almost 7-8 years ago when you were in GE at that time. But I mean, I can't even remember properly. I'm sorry about that. But I do remember that, our infrastructure there was not so good. I think, right now we're able to hear each other much better. And, we had some problems with the location. But it was a wonderful talk even then, and also for this one. So I would like, to request you and, Mr. Atullah also to be there for the next CEO forum. And I would like to make a request right now. So that, thank you so much. I think it's been a wonderful, keynote speech from you. With that, I will now move on to Shashi. I think, He's the young Turk among us, if I may use that term a little lightly, because I think he's somebody who has done a lot for the industry for his very few years and for his very little experience. But I think he's older than what he looks. He looks a lot younger than what he is. So that could be also a little deceptive. But Sasi, so nice to have you on the panel in this inaugural. And of course, you are doing so much for the mobile value chain and for the chargers. Obviously, you're the company which is the largest in the world. And we would like to hear from you about what are your views and what you expect from the government. I think Mr. God is there, so you can take this as a good opportunity to share that as well. Thank you. Over to you, Shashi.
Sure. Thank you very much, Rajuji. For me personally, I have to say, listening to Atul Lalji as well as, Agrawalaji, it was like being in a Harvard class, attending entrepreneurship, So it was that candid, and I really have to thank both of them for giving such a wonderful address, and also, hope and possibilities that what we can do and what we should be doing as a nation. So thank you, Elzina, and also Electronica India for this wonderful opportunity. And for me being in midst of all of you, and especially also having Sri Sarwa Gauji here on the panel and talking together, it's a wonderful thing to happen. And greetings to all participants who are hearing live today. And sir, especially Tata Group entering into electronics, I think that's the biggest booster, and also provides immense confidence to the industry, and also as a nation, that we are ready to take on the massive opportunities on hand. I think that's something we all, every one of us being an Indian, can be very proud of. And thank you very much for taking such a leap step. And the theme for today, being preparing for a global ESGM footprint, and with a special focus on the changing global supply chains in the post-COVID era. To be frank, after having heard Mr. Atul Lal and also Mr. Agrawal, there's nothing much really left for me to speak. I mean, they've really covered extensively on these points, but I just want to bring up the positive story that we have had, and also that what we plan to do. I think that would be most apt to this current situation. But then we all know, this current pandemic has basically one side, while it has slowed down the world, but on the other side, I think it has actually accelerated a lot of things. And especially for India, I think the acceleration has been even faster. And when it comes to electronics, I think we all see it and hear it every single day on what's going on in our world. And first and foremost, we have to thank our Prime Minister, for giving such a massive vision of this Make in India, and that's how which came up with this face manufacturing program. But for not having this Make in India or this face manufacturing program, I don't think we're talking today this big. It's a true fact, and we all have to acknowledge and thank for giving such a great policy already 5 years ago. Having phones being made first, and then step by step components coming into India. But then now we're looking at a leap quantum jump to make India the big base for electronics manufacturing for the entire world. So we all know this. In 2014, it was like basically who makes in India. There was hardly one or two companies at that time. But today we can proudly thump ourselves and say that who does not make in India. I think everybody from A to Z, most of them actually make in India. While they make in India for India, but I think it's now the plan to go beyond India. And it's clear for every one of them that they just cannot be focusing only purely on the domestic market, but exports is the core of the future as well. So for us as a company, we have been here for almost 14 years. I think I would always say that we were like a lone man standing for a long time, but then we have immensely benefited from these policies. So that's why I really talk so loud of this. The PMP policies, they have really helped us not just survive, but also grow further. From being one factory in India, we have now 5 factories, and the 6 factories under addition in the next 3 months. And we were happy, we were very privileged to also acquire the Nokia building, which all of you are aware. The production is already started there, and moving on in a big way. So with all these things, I said it was very historical for Salcomp. I mean, all of this was possible only because of the conducive environment that's prevailing in the country right now, and the opportunities that we have on hand. So from Salcomp, basically being a manufacturer globally of chargers, we have taken a plunge or a pledge whatever we can call it, that we will do everything that goes into a phone. So that's what we have taken on, and we are working very aggressively on that. We have made heavy investments in India already, and we plan to make heavy investments starting from all the way from plastics to metal parts to LCDs to batteries to everything that goes into a phone. And then, probably charger would be the smallest business that we would have in the coming years in India at least. And we are extremely also very happy that this provides a big possibility to give jobs to at least 30 to 40,000 people in the next 4 to 5 years. So that's the kind of opportunity that we are talking about. And diversified supply base, I think that's very, very important, not just focusing on one. And as also Atul Lalji mentioned in his speech, scale. Salcom is known for its scale, and wherever in the segment that we want to be and where we will be, they will only be in scale. So I mean, this industry is all about scale. Only then you get competitiveness, and I know you're able to supply to the global arena and compete with the global world. So this is where we are. And these high-tech components, I have to give also a couple of examples. One of them would be this pandemic has basically opened up a great opportunity with one of the companies. We've been able to shift part of the production already from another Asian country to India. I know that's 100% exports, and that would not have been possible probably if this pandemic or this geopolitical situation was not there. So while we see this as a problem, but at the same time, this is also one of the biggest opportunities we have on our hand. And the second case, massive transfers and expansions and new product introductions happening in our facilities, which would take our revenues to more than few billion US dollars in few years to come, in the next 3 to 4 years. So that's, we're talking about 500% growth, 1000% growth. So that would not have been possible. I mean, that's the kind of opportunity that we have on hand. And I'm extremely thankful for the government for all their support and participation. I think especially MeitY, they've been extremely proactive. Anything that we go, I think it's all about minutes and hours. We're able to get in touch and get it clarified. So thank you again, sir, for all the support that's being provided by the government. But then, apart from what we have today, but what is that we really need to do further? Yeah, we have got here. I mean, there's also a very famous book, which says, "What got you here may not get you there." So we have got to a certain level, but if we have to go beyond this, what are those key aspects? Undisputedly, I think moving from a merely an assembly-based manufacturing or a manufacturing-based country, we will have to move to a design-based country or an industry. I think that's extremely, extremely crucial. The reason I say this because everything, be it localization or development of new suppliers, all of those happen at the very initial stage. We call it S0 or S1. So that's a stage, where we will have to get all our components approved. If that has to happen, it is only if you're doing designing in India. And the second thing is we now have major, large equipments being manufactured in India, be it 4G, 5G equipments or phones or televisions and all these parts. But all the components are the next stage, that we have to absolutely focus on. Specs definitely covers a lot of those, but then we'll have to go even more on that to cover additional components and relax the threshold limits for more Indian companies to participate. I think that would be a great help for the industry and also for the nation, and more so to make Indian companies participate in this golden opportunity, and also to make them global companies and become Fortune 500. I mean, great examples on the way are really Dixon is one of those. Lava is the other company, and we have many more names where we really would like to see all of them on the Fortune 500 list, and that all can be possible with the government support. And I'm sure as industry, from our company, we are extremely committed to grow this place. And as I said, our investments are going to be several hundred million US dollars going forward. And the revenues that we're expecting are like 500, 1000% growth, taking us to few billion US dollars revenues in years to come, and job opportunities to 30 to 40,000 people. I think it's very easy, possible in the next 2 to 3 years. And so with this very quick summary, the only request that I would have for the government is, of course, all the investors are looking at India right now, and the central government is providing policies, the state governments are competing with each other to get companies to their states, and we only wish that the implementation of all these policies will be in a way that is very conducive and that speak about who we are. and then that will provide more confidence to the investors and get even more investors to this nation. So with that few words, I just want to say, with data as the fuel and software as the engine, I'm sure hardware is definitely the vehicle to drive. I truly wish that and pray that we are all together and reach number one position in the electronics manufacturing sector, not just in manufacturing, more importantly in innovation and R&D. I'm sure it's all there and it is possible, and we are marching towards that. And it's our time to deliver, on the promises that's made to the government. And we are with you, and we will be making this happen. Thank you very much again. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Shashi. Very nice to hear from you once again. You have been on our panel a number of times, but one thing which I think we must, which I must share, which possibly Shashi might not, is that he has done a lot. I think in the last maybe 8 to 10 years, he has taken Salcom to the number one company in chargers, not only in India, but I think he's also contributed to their global supply chain. And India, I think now is your largest manufacturing base, if I'm not wrong. I may not remember all the facts, but I think it's been really a remarkable journey. And for a young entrepreneur, I think it's great. While you are a professional manager, but I think you work like an entrepreneur, and I think your owners also listen to you that way. So which is something I think which you have earned because of your hard work and your sincerity towards the company that you have been working for. So, and I think now with the new ownership of the company, you have a lot more funding available, a lot more investments coming in. So this is just the right time, to kind of take a big leap forward. So I thank you again, Sasi. Thank you so much. I will now request, Mr. Saurabh Gaur to kindly speak and as our chief guest today, sir. I would just like to say that there are some officers, whom you just want that they should never leave the ministry that you deal with. So I think that is Mr. God is one such officer, and we would always like him to be there in my team. And I think earlier I remember Dr. Ajay Kumar, who luckily stayed with us for a long time in the ministry, and now of course he is a defense secretary, so which he richly deserves. But I think that is the way bureaucracy is, that you just have to move on as as time goes on and you become more senior, then the seat becomes too small for you, so you have to go to a bigger seat. But sir, thank you very much for joining us today, and we look forward now to your views and your advice to us, please. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Raju Goyal ji, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this very esteemed panel. I know I'm filling up for Secretary Mighty, who would have loved to be here, but unfortunately because of other engagements, he's not able to join. And I don't really expect to be able to fill in his shoes because of the vision that he carries and the leadership that he's providing to us in the ministry. But I'll probably talk about some of the things that I've been doing under his mentorship. And first of all, let me begin by saying that I'll not repeat any of the things I think which were very brilliantly put by Atul Lalji and then by Banmali Agarwalji, and the vision that was shared by Shashi Kumarji and Pareshji. So I will not repeat anything. I was only pleasantly surprised, and in fact, it is happy to hear. It is like music to ears to listen about government having done something right for a change, and the fact that we are not on the receiving end of the stick. So, I think that is a happy situation to be in. But I also disagree with the fact that government has done all that it can. I think with last 5 years, what has happened with PMP and now with PLI, I think this decade is going to belong to India in the overall manufacturing sector. And I can say with confidence in electronics manufacturing that with the industry giants like you, I think government has to do much more to keep up the pace and to take this momentum forward. I actually wanted to share a presentation I am able to create, and I'll not take much time, but I thought this is a great opportunity, and I'll not get this kind of opportunity again with the platform that has been provided. I hope the presentation is visible. Rajuji, can you confirm you are able to see the presentation, right?
Yes, we
okay.
can see.
Yeah, so, yeah, great. So while talking about what we are trying to accomplish, government supporting the industry, we are looking at growing at almost 30% CAGR. The industry, electronics industry has grown at 23% CAGR in last 6 years. But we are looking at now growing from 76 billion US dollars to 400 billion US dollars. So on a higher base, growing to this kind of market, it is very aspirational, a humongous task, but something that we are looking at putting the right policy instruments in place to achieve this growth of almost in excess of 30% year on year. And mobile phone market growing from 34 billion to 190 billion US dollars, or IT hardware industry growing from 2 billion US dollars to 40 billion US dollars. This is the kind of ambitions that we have set for ourselves. The roadmap, and just to see year-wise, how do we see this growth panning out? As an example, in the PCs and tablets and notebooks and servers, this is how we understand, if given the right impetus, we can grow at this trajectory. So while the strength of industry will not just be from government support, but I believe incentives have a role to play because of the inherent disabilities in manufacturing that have to be overcome. That was brought out by Elsina also in two of its reports. And that is where we are looking at incentivizing each part of the value chain, at least for next 3 to 4 years, so that those disabilities disappear, or at least subside to a great level, because of the volumes that drive up the value addition, the volumes that drive up, that reduce costs in terms of logistics, and other improvements in the ecosystem that are happening as we go by and by. So for components, we are looking at the maximum incentives possible in terms of both production and incentives as well as capex incentives from Government of India. For sub-assemblies, there are capex incentives which are available under spec scheme. For battery storage, there is a PLI scheme, a production and incentive scheme, which is going to come out very soon. And for finished goods, between us in Ministry of Electronics and IT, as well as the department, DPIIT, the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, we are looking at bringing more production and incentive schemes. Apart from that, there is remission of duties and taxes on exports, which is a WTO compliant export incentive scheme as a substitution to MIS scheme. The ROTTEM scheme is also going to come, and industry bodies have been working with us. So this is what Government of India is doing, and coupled with that are the state incentives, which are independent of Government of India incentives. They are also giving capex incentives. Then there are power subsidies, the cess remissions, then land-based subsidies, and some tax refunds. The impact of all these incentives put together, we see that it is almost like a 6% to 10% cashback, or revenues that are being handed over back to the industry, whether it is PLI scheme or the capex incentives, which when amortized over the product life cycle or the industry life cycle, they become to that extent. And then ROTTEP, the income tax rebate that has come, or corporate tax revision that has happened, and other ease of doing business measures in terms of bonded warehouses and so on and so forth. The other strong pitch which is there is in terms of aggregating domestic demand, whether in terms of preference to make in India, in the public procurement order, where again we have worked with industry. For example, how do we define the local value addition norms in segments like tablets, which are, or laptops, which are seeing high amount of traction in this corona, in the epidemic times, where we have moved accelerated to digital education, otherwise as also work from home and work from anywhere. Then the phase manufacturing programs, and bringing more PMPs from mobile now to set-top boxes, televisions, even medical devices, X-ray machines, as also to capital equipment. Then there are certain specific region-specific export promotion schemes. Trusted value chain is going to be a very important leverage, or one of the factors that is going to get invoked. Then the technical standards, and we have been coming out with the new CRO, the conformance assessment procedures for new product categories, and then finally incentives to develop economies of scale. So while we did the PLI for mobile, which saw a good impact in terms of production, almost 141 billion production getting committed in the country next 5 years, and almost 60% of that going for exports, 84 billion exports. And then the value addition also getting enhanced from the present 15 to 20%. I believe there was a question in the chat box also about how do we intend to bare assembly to bringing more value chain in the country. And I believe the effort by Tata's, what Cellcomp has said, and what, for example, companies like Dixon are doing, I think we are looking at very significant value additions happening in the country. In the end products, not just mobile, this is for mobile where companies have already committed, but also in other sectors. Similarly for electronic components also, and all of this resulting into 2 lakh jobs for mobile and electronic components alone. Now, the point where I said that we are not, don't agree with the panel when we say that we have done all we could. We are looking at doing much more, essentially, and again, in consultation with industry and being led by them. These are the plethora of schemes. So again, to a certain extent, I'm letting the cat out of the bucket. We are trying to bring all of these. I'm hopeful that we are able to convince the finance department or people who hold the purses that we should be able to bring out a PLI scheme for IT hardware very soon, followed by a PLI scheme for IoTs, wearables, and TWS devices. This is one segment that has seen 700% increase year on year in this year. Then we are looking at a display fab scheme for displays of all form factors, whether it is and all sizes and all technologies also, LCD, OLED, AMOLED. A semiconductor fab scheme, this is something we've been probably talking about for long, but I believe the time has come now, and we will have enough semiconductor consumption in the country to support a fab which will remain loaded for all time. And not just one fab, probably 2 to 3 fabs, and on top of that, compound semiconductor fabs, and support the very strong fabless ecosystem. So very quickly on the IT hardware, we already have a scheme with outlay of almost 700 million US dollars. We are looking at 5 players in the international category and 6 players in domestic category. And each player, for example, or each company, we're looking at giving them a production, subsidizing $7.5 billion worth of production, and almost $150 million of incentive being handed out to each player in the next 4 years. And our target segments are laptops, tablets, all-in-one PCs, and servers. I'm presenting this so as to generate probably greater interest from the industry champions, even Indian companies also, who would like to qualify under global champion category and become a part of the scheme. Then, like I said, the production and incentives for components is going to continue. In fact, Alcina is our partner, and we are looking at bringing the phase 2 of component scheme very soon. We are looking at almost 30 players being brought into the scheme with incentive of $5 million per player over the next 4 years. Then, so I talked about, in fact, IT hardware scheme already. Then the scheme for IoT wearables and TWS, which is under formulation, which will come up next year, where again we are looking at almost 5,000 crores of scheme outlay and a production of 1.5 lakh crores, exports of 1 lakh crores. Then the display fab scheme, again with the outlay of 15,000 crores, and we are looking at bringing at least 2 fabs, display fabs in the country, and we have got reasons to believe that we should be able to do that. And we have inquiries from 3 to 4 big players. So, but we will have probably fiscal space for 2 players to be incentivized on a first come basis, or early mover advantage being given to companies. Then semiconductor fab scheme. So this probably I'll not talk about much, but you will see some action happening very soon in this. Then fabless ecosystem. This is something where we have been very engaged with the companies with our strengths in fabless design, and helping these companies in terms of access to EDA tools. Apart from that, providing support for development of designs, IPs, and essentially having a very strong local design ecosystem. to support our designs, our chips, our own country's chip designs, and say, I'll not be very aspirational, but at least for, let us say, IoT devices, for camera, CCTVs, for set-top boxes to begin with, and going on to probably logic, memory, and other involved segments also. So this is the overall impact we see for electronic manufacturing schemes, which should hopefully come around, and we are working aggressively towards them. So while I talked at a 40,000 feet view or 30,000 feet view of the schemes, we are very involved in formulation of each of these schemes, and we are completely industry-led in that effort. The other program, briefly probably I'll talk about, is National Program on AI for almost $1 billion, where we are looking at setting up, and unfortunately this is not that visible, but we are looking at setting up 10 Indian centers for transformational AI, which with the almost $500 million. And this is a sectoral transformational AI center, let us say in health, where we are now looking at digital health mission getting rolled out, and then providing space for solutions, AI-driven solutions to be built on a public digital platform or a national digital health mission that will emerge, and making that ecosystem available. The data, which is the fuel of the entire AI-based or emerging technology-based economy, being made available in terms of data registries, obviously in a protected environment, taking due care of anonymization and annotation, but partnering with the industry to bring ICTIs in, say, health, in mobility, in smart cities, in education, in fintech, in agriculture, and we have identified a few sectors. 6 of them I spoke about. There are a couple more. And then setting up a very huge AI computing infrastructure for advanced processing and making it available to the ICTIs as also to cores. Cores are our centers for research excellence. So these are for research and foundational technologies of AI, and these will be housed in essentially academic institutions by themselves or in a consortium mode. And I will be happy to speak more about it in another forum, but I thought I would probably, this is getting so intrinsically linked to electronics now, with the designs or software getting deeply embedded in the devices. I believe there's a great opportunity here also, and this also we are looking at almost 2 lakh employment and 10 lakh people getting reskilled in both public and private sector to cope up with the potential job losses that AI and these things might be causing. So this is what I thought I would present today. Okay, let me stop here. And so this is just a glimpse of all that probably is going to get unfolded. PIA is truly becoming a template for other sectors also to, for every manufacturing sector to follow. But apart from that, things I did not talk about, innovation and IP. And we are looking at probably a patent fund being established. In fact, we were looking at ELSINA and IESA to give us guidance in that regard and become our knowledge partners to set up a sovereign patent fund to provide IP and technologies available to our Indian MSMEs or Indian companies, not just MSMEs, whoever is looking at big companies to participate in that patent fund on the line of, say, a patent fund of InkJ in Japan, or there's something in Korea, or there's something in France. So we have studied all those models. Then I did not talk about raw material and consumable, and for example, specialty gases or specialty chemicals, or for example, even let us say laminates for PCBs, and the ecosystem that has to develop to support that also. And then finally on capital equipment, there is a phased manufacturing program that we would try to roll out next year for capital equipment, but we are looking at industry guidance. So the point probably that Banmaliji talked about, that there is a lot of Indian leadership which is available in electronic and semiconductor. We in government are very keen to collaborate, to in fact be led by the knowledge holders. And essentially my request is to Raju Goyalji and to ELSINA and to other industry bodies, please come together, have an informal task force or probably a formalized arrangement also. In fact, I've moved a note for that also, where we have leadership, industry leadership working very closely with the ministry to guide us in our efforts. And finally, on a B2B portal also, when we talk to these global companies, or probably I was talking to Atulalji, or to, in fact, to Mr. Machani, and I was telling, okay, sir, you have to do greater domestic value addition. He said that give us visibility of companies, Indian MSMEs, who will probably become a part of our supply chain, and we are working with Alcina in this regard. So I'm sorry I've taken a bit more than time than I was expected to take, but I thought this is a great opportunity to present things that are in the offing and probably generate interest from all of you here uh, to get even further entrenched in electronic ecosystem and all the participants who are joining us through the Electronica India platform. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we are so happy that you've taken a few minutes extra, because if the industry can, generate, your interest also, then I think it is good for everybody. And I think, with your, support and your guidance, we are doing well, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to welcome Dr. Lechner, who has just, joined us now. I think it's very early in Germany for him, maybe like 7:30 or something in the morning. But you're looking very fresh, Dr. Lechner. I think it's great that you're having.
Thank you.
I'm sure it's a cold morning. I'm sure it's a cold morning in Germany, but I'm sure you are in a warm place. So that's that's good to know, sir. Dr. Lechner is from Messe München. He's been to India many times, and he's leading a number of their exhibitions. I don't know too much about all the work he does, but I know that he does a lot of work in India, and our electronic show is completely managed by him. So we are thankful for that. It's a great show. Unfortunately, it's an online show this time, but I guess even that is fine. It's a new experience, so it's good to learn, and I'm sure we will come out victorious from this from this experience. I would like to hand over to Dr. Lechner, to thank all of you, all the participants.
Thank you, Mr. Goel. Thank you for your kind words. And yes, indeed, it's very early. It's still a little bit doomy outside, and it's the premiere of the first snow in this year in Germany. Yeah? So, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for this web seminar. And dear distinguished guests and prominent and eminent speakers, I'm very grateful that you are joining this web seminar. As Mr. Goel just mentioned, unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation, online meetings are actually and currently the hottest option to meet the industry network and to try to be connected. And although this pandemic situation brought the world nearly to a standstill, we also learned that the rapid adoption of digital technologies worldwide, in fact, and as per a report of McKinsey, COVID-19 has even accelerated the adoption of technologies by far much faster than ever expected. This is one positive aspect to that. Emerging technologies such as the IoT and the AI, digitalization, are going to play an important role in various industries and will certainly drive the demand for electronic components, semiconductors, PCBs, and high-end electronic manufacturing technologies. And thus, in order to promote the democratization of the technology in all areas of our lives. And this is what electronic components are serving. I would like to thank Mr. Goel and our partner association Alcina for organizing this CFO forum with us, curating these wonderful sessions and bringing together the leading experts who would share insights on how the industry can prepare itself for the post-COVID era. Every year, Electronica India and Productronica India bring the best technology suppliers from across the globe to the Indian industry. Today, we have brought some of them through this online platform together. Now, I would like to hand over to Mr. Guel again, but I would like also to request our speakers and our delegates to visit the online show to witness the technology displayed by these companies. And last but not least, I wish you all a wonderful day ahead or the evening ahead. And thank you for joining this session. Good afternoon. Now I would like to hand over to Mr. Goel again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lechna. Thank you very much, Dr. Lechna. I think it's been wonderful to be a partner of MMI and this wonderful show that you do every year. And I'm sure we are all looking forward to the real show next year. I will not take much time. I would like to offer my profuse thanks to all the speakers. Atul ji, Banmali ji, Mr. Gaur sir, thank you so much. Paresh ji, and of course Shashi. It is really nice. I think it was a very good discussion. I mean, I'm not able to find the right adjective for it right now, but I think everybody has shared very valuable views and excellent insights for everybody. I think it is an extraordinary session. So thank you very much, and we look forward to positive show and a positive growth for the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Goel, before we conclude this session, may I request you to check the possibility of taking those two questions I posted in chat?
Yeah, I have responded to them. Maybe I can just briefly talk about them here. So there are two questions. The one question is, do you think we can pull out of China on component supply chain, and how many years will it take to come out of China? 5 years, 8 years? I think the response is it may not be possible for us to completely pull out of China in a short period of time, because we live in a world where we are dependent on each other, and that will continue. But however, there will be a lot of companies that would set up electronic components in India or elsewhere in Asia, outside China. So therefore, for us, I think it would at least take 5 years before we can get maybe like 80% of electronics into India. But we are in the right direction. I think we have just made the start, and we are in the right direction. So that's all I can answer. Probably someone else want to add up to this? Yeah. Okay, fine. And the second question was basically, how do you think the Indian electronics manufacturing segment will grow in terms of increasing the local value addition? So currently, majority of activities are assembling of imported items. I think the answer to that is, basically, which both the eminent speakers spoke about. So the design-led ecosystem, participating at the design stage is the right thing to happen. For us to be part of the supply chain from day one. But since there is only so much happening in the country in terms of design front, I think we'll have to wait for that to happen. And government is working on this, and large industries are working on this. But in the meanwhile, this PMP schemes or the specs and PLI are accelerating developments and bringing companies into India. So for companies who want to get to be part of these large organizations, I think this is the time. But as much as the large organizations or the government is willing to put, I think also the rest of them should pull up their socks and come up to meet all the requirements, because that's going to be critical to meet this gap. I think that's a very brief note I can provide on this question. Yeah,
I agree with Sashi, and
thank you very much,
also
Shashi, for taking on that responsibility. Parishji, can you repeat yourself, please? We could not hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to add a couple of things of what Sashi said. I agree with Sashi. It's a perception that many entrepreneurs or people in the electronics industry have about what is happening, what is possible in India. Things are changing rapidly. The value system and ecosystems are improving dramatically fast, and it will be very sensible for anybody to expect a lot of supply chain available within India in very near future. Thank you.
Yeah, and most importantly, being in touch with industry associations like LCNA, opens up opportunities. Definitely, that's more important too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have done everything on time. If there are any other comments from any panelist, I would be very happy to leave the floor open. Otherwise, we will close now. And I think we are looking at higher value addition in the next few years. We just have to stay on course and stay committed to it. That is what I feel is more important. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Open. Otherwise, we will close now. And I think we are looking at higher value addition in the next few years. We just have to stay on course and stay committed to it. That is what I feel is more important. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Otherwise, we will close now. And I think we are looking at higher value addition in the next few years. We just have to stay on course and stay committed to it. That is what I feel is more important. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Otherwise, we will close now. And I think we are looking at higher value addition in the next few years. We just have to stay on course and stay committed to it. That is what I feel is more important. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone, all the panelists. A very warm welcome to this first panel session of the CEO Forum, which we have been organizing with Monica.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think I will leave it to Mr.
Yes,
Ram
Raju.
to do the needful, sir. I will just warmly welcome all of you. I am Raju Goel from Elsina, and we are very grateful to all the panelists and to Mr. Ramchandran for joining this session. This is a session basically for the auto majors and what are issues that the auto companies are looking after, or looking for, with respect to the safety and efficiency of the new vehicles, including the EVs, of course. So, just like to welcome Dr. A.K. Jindal, who is the Tata Auto Pump System. There is some background sound coming. I'm sorry about that. Dr. Tapan Sahu, hearty welcome to you. Dr. Sahu is, Executive Vice President from Maruti Suzuki. I think, sir, you have to leave early so that Mr. Ramchandran would take care of that. And also, very warm welcome to Dr. Ravi Bhatkal. Ravi ji, thank you very much for joining this session, and we look forward to your views. I will hand over to Mr. Ramchandran now, sir.
Right, Raju.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome all the panelists. Maybe I'll make a quick some remarks and then invite Dr. Tapan Sahu to speak. He's an RE, so we'll probably hear him first. Raju, can I upload the, I made a small presentation. Can you ask Rajesh to upload it otherwise?
Sir, Rajesh is just sharing it. Maybe you can start speaking anyway. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I think in this EV environment is really going to be a great disruptor. And then, of course, that will throw up enormous amount of opportunities for
Sir,
the
yes,
present.
Hearing it, maybe you can start speaking anyway. So,
Okay, yeah.
thanks.
Yeah. I think, in this EV environment is really going to. I think there is, Raju, there's some problem. It repeats itself. And then, of course, that will throw up enormous amount of opportunities for
Sir,
the present.
yes, hearing it, maybe you can start speaking anyway. So,
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
I'll just check. I don't know what's going on, sir. I'll just check.
Yeah, please. Okay. Hello. Are you able to hear?
Mr. Ramachandran, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll continue.
Yeah.
So in terms of the auto industry, there's going to be a lot of challenges, but then it opens up an enormous opportunity for electronics and software industry in the future, because the future of automobile is primarily a major share is going to be in electronics and software. So that's a. But then India, I presume, has a great advantage because of our software strength, and also the kind of we saw the kind of improvement in our manufacturing infrastructure in India. So I think we're going to have a great opportunity provided to the Indian industry in terms of the future changeover to EV. Of course, it depends on how effectively the market picks up and how it shapes up. Of course, there's a lot of expectations of this market. I think all the governments are talking about ensuring that. Next slide, please. The next one. We're talking about the history of electric cars. Probably, I was surprised to find that it was invented in 1826 and the production was in 1889. And the battery, Edison developed the battery in 1901. But then the Model T killed this concept in 1908. If probably the developments continued, a lot of pollutions would have been, the pollution would have been a lot less in this world. But anyway, I think that's, we can't put the clock back. Next one, please. I understand that globally now there are about, we are making about 2.1 million EV cars. That's 2.6% of the cars made, and 21 million two-wheelers. Projections for cars in 2030 is about 27 million, and for 2040 is 40 million. Still, I think they are about, at 40 million, maybe the requirement will be 50% of the requirements. So I know, I don't think that we are going to draw a curtain on the ICE vehicles, at such a short time in any case. Of course, this EV business is going to grow at 21% CAGR. And then a lot of governments are tightening the laws on, IC cars, and subsidies are also provided for EVs. The battery costs are dramatically dropping. Hybrid is another concept in India, probably due to government policies, is not caught on, but looks like it is going to increase till 2027 and then it will start to decline. Because today the customers feel that the range of driving, they're still uncomfortable with the EV cars. In India, it's a beginning stage. 2 and 3 wheelers probably will dominate for some time before the cars come in volume. Of course, we have the problem of Chinese sources for battery materials and EV technology. Then the Indian aspiration, new EVs from new cars from 2030 will be all EV. Not sure whether that's feasible. Next one, please. Ever-changing battery technology, there's so many changes, and they're expecting the million-mile battery from GM and Tesla. That could be a game changer. New developments in charging technology. They're talking about wireless charging and also charging on the road itself wirelessly so you don't carry a big battery. And then the lifestyle is changing. People want to be asset light. Maybe people want to rent rather than buy cars. Emphasis on shared mobility that will also probably will have an impact on future sales of vehicles. Connected mobility. Private vehicles becoming available for a ride when autonomous tech becomes a reality, when people probably will uh, earn a lot more money like Uber by renting out their personal cars when the autonomous vehicle becomes reality. The emphasis on public transport may also have an effect on the markets. Next one, please. Next one, please. Effect on the manufacturers, you have to keep up with the technical changes. I understand that from 2000 moving parts, it will become 20 moving parts in a EV. Maybe no total parts, maybe 200, we don't know. Mobility becomes electronic and software driven. So it's going to be an entirely a new market will be thrown open. Potential disruptions in manufacturing process and supply chain. New players may start to dominate the scene. We've already seen Tesla, Rivian, and all that. And then, of course, with all this, need to ensure safety against hacking. Somebody should not drive us to a place where we did not intend to go. Effect on supply chain disruptions can be in tsunami proportions because we're going to have a complete change. A dramatic drop in component count and the types of that will have an effect on the supply chain. More of electronics and software, which may result in supply chain structure undergoing major changes. You see completely new player coming and dominating the market. More M&As likely. Yeah, they are talking about Tesla even buying Daimler. We don't know. So there's something, all these changes are going to be profound, and next 10 years is going to see a completely different change, and the industry has to be prepared for it. Next one, please. Next one. Supply chain opportunities for India. EV is here to stay and grow. Anyway, that's a fact. Opportunities for electronics and software industry. We are already strong in software and then getting stronger in the assembly. India can be a global player due to the capability of EMS and software, but we need to build the design capability and IPR. I think this was talked at length during the inaugural session. I think that is going to be, I would say, a game changer for India if you are able to get our design capability and IPR in line. Startups are doing well, and maybe we would like to see some unicorns in this space as well soon. Next one. Electronic requirements for EVs, there are many parts, but batteries, charging circuits related, ECU and related control electronics, sensors and related electronics, dashboard electronics, including entertainment systems, electronic components for all the above, all semiconductors, passive sensors, connectors, harness, etc. And then, of course, communication equipment, and then electronics for autonomous driving, LiDAR, etc. So all these will throw up enormous opportunities for Indian companies if we track and then invest in both design and manufacturing. Next one. Thank you. I think this is just some comments on how we see the market scenario and the opportunities. And I would like to now request just Dr. Tapan Sahu, Executive Vice President R&D Maruti Suzuki India Limited, to talk about this subject. Dr. Sahu is currently leading the product planning, design, cost, and program management function as Executive Vice President R&D at Maruti Suzuki India Limited. He has 30 years of experience in product design and development, supply quality assurance, and technology. So, Dr. Tapan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ramachandran. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for inviting me. I think you have touched most of the things that I'm going to talk about, but I'll use some data points and share my thoughts or what we want to do actually in this regard. So let me just start my presentation here. So is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay, share. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So, thank you for the opportunity, Elcina, for sharing my thoughts. So, I'll quickly go through the presentation. I think just first talking about a little bit about auto industry in India. I think auto industry is a significant contributor to GDP, about 7.1%, I think, and then contributing about 49% to manufacturing GDP, about 1.5 lakh crore GST contribution, and also 3.7 crore employment. So in terms of global standing, it stands at about fifth in the world, and going to grow. If you look at 1920 performance, I think 1920 we had a major issue in terms of the slowdown because of the economic slowdown as well as the prices going up. So it had an impact in terms of the PV sales in 1920. And subsequent to that, I think all of us know about the century once in a century problem, the COVID, which also impacted significantly the GDP and most significantly the automotive sector. So, in a volatile, uncertain, and complex and ambiguous world, the COVID-19 amplified the VUCA to VUCCA, is what I feel. And what happened in this situation that we adapted to a new normal lifestyle in terms of social distancing, PPE, working from home, no visit to friends, lockdown, and travel. Everybody came together and collaborated in this situation for innovation of products and solution to the address the concerns. So if you look at some of the initiatives which government took in terms of Arogya Setu, PM Cares or Kishan scheme, or the Niti Aayog Auto Innovation Mission or Unified Payment Interface, loan monitoring, etc., this helped the consumers. What happened is that at the same time, we had a lot of actions being taken by the startups in terms of adapting to the new normal, in terms of food delivery, e-commerce, in terms of commuting, in terms of e-learning, and in terms of healthcare and COVID-19 protection. Why am I talking of all this? And also we saw use of drones and use of digital contactless processes at the airports and digital transaction and payments. I mean, just to ask this question, why am I talking of this? What is the relevance? Relevance is that the electronics and IT systems have been the backbone of such innovations at a time which is transforming billions of lives. So in this context, if you look at future of automotive electronics, I think some of the key trends, first of all, in the electronics industry, we are looking at enhanced computation capability, high-speed connectivity, and we are looking at futuristic HMI and connected devices. And therefore, all these factors are actually impacting the automotive industry. So the fast-paced change which is happening in electronics is impacting how the automotive industry is developing its products or looking at future solutions. So if you look at in terms of the future potential, I think it's going to be exponential in terms of electronic cost as a percentage of car cost, going up to 50% maybe by 2030. So with different systems coming in there. So at the same time, we talked about consumers. The consumers, their aspirations are increasing. They are adapting to a new lifestyle. They are more aware of health and hygiene post COVID-19. And also there is a new affinity towards some modern technologies in terms of HMI, connected, personalized features, etc. So if you look at imagine a journey in terms of customer going from home, from morning to evening, I think he will more or less be connected in terms of getting into his car, turning on light, heater, playing news, looking about weather, going to office, and then coming back and taking rest at home. So in future, we are going to look at a more seamless and connected interaction between the consumer, vehicle, and the ecosystem. And this is all going to impact the automotive electronics as well as how vehicles are designed for future. So if you look at future trends, this is one aspect of consumer. The second aspect is the regulatory and policy drivers. Mr. Ramachandran talked about EV. So we had in India BS6 implemented in 2020. We are going to have BS6 phase 2 in some time. Then we'll have WLTP emission norms and also the corporate average fuel efficiency norms of CAFE 2 and CAFE 3. And in terms of safety also, we implement quite a lot of crash safety norms and are today at par with Europe. In future, we are going to do ESC, we are going to do AEB, and we are going to look at ADAS in future. At the same time, when you look at future powertrains, I think This is a Bloomberg New Energy Finance prediction that okay, EV as a percentage of sales maybe around 7% in 2030 by in India, and we'll have PHEV, BEV, and other things coming forward. But as we move forward, I think the EV percentage penetration is going to go up. Simultaneously, like I explained earlier, the technology drivers of electronics industry, connected ecosystem, and autonomous, going from connect to partial autonomy to autonomous, is going to define the electronic systems. So so how electronics is going to play a key role? I think if we look at India's situation, the unsafe driving situation which is there in terms of road fatality, which is quite high in India, I think electronics can help. Electronics and IT both put together can help in preventing accidents in terms of collision warning systems, avoiding accidents, emotion detection, and also future autonomous. We may not go to level 5, but level 2, level 3, we can aim at 2030, 2035 and beyond. Second thing is about sustainability. So we talked about EV quite a lot. I think from a conventional engine powertrain perspective, we are looking at India challenges, which are energy security, pollution, and affordability. So what we believe is that we are going to have a combination of powertrains in future, which will be like alternate fuel like CNG. We're going to have hybridization. We are going to have electric vehicles, and we are going to also look at fuel cell electric vehicles. So in all this, while we do all this, I think electronics is going to play a major role in terms of sustainable mobility. Third thing is in terms of HMI, how people interact with the vehicles. So if we look at 2015, 20, and 25, hand and touch were the buzzwords. Then voice and gesture. Then how do you look at mind and body? How do you look at remote operation of vehicles, futuristic look of the vehicle, and also assisting them? So sensory based interaction and interaction with all road users is going to happen when we talk about next generation HMI. So if we look at in terms of architecture today, I think automotive electronics, when it is having a distributed architecture today, probably is going to move into a domain-based architecture along with cloud computing and cloud servers. So future of vehicles, I think it may be like if you look at a spacecraft, maybe having a 2 million lines of code, aircraft will be 20 million, and future autonomous vehicles would be having 200 million. So it's a 100x kind of complexity which is going to happen. And the product innovation order is going to change from body, styling, engine, electronics to software, electronics, XEV, and then comfort and convenience. So they will become vehicle, future computer on wheels. Now, how to make these things, what is, the key trends which are happening abroad to make it relevant to Indian context? I think if we look at India, people are looking at smart solutions. This is from a survey of 2018, a little dated, but people are looking at smart solutions. But if you look at compare the GDP per capita, I think India is 1/8 of US. So value consciousness or affordability is one of the key factors. Second thing is that if we look at technologies which can cater to India specific uses, we have a lot of potholes, speed breakers, proper lane marking is not there, and multiple road users are there. So how can we use electronics to help in this direction to improve safety? So we need solutions to our local problems. The third factor is that key efficient mobility. Today, if you look at the time spent in a car per week in India, I think India is more than 20 hours is 14%, which is more than China and Thailand even. So how do we manage traffic? How do we look at vehicle to infrastructure? These are all things of future I'm talking about, but this is how we have to imagine things and how we can look at electronics helping people. So in India, I think we need to identify, ideate, and research solutions for India-specific problem. So new approach is required for technology development, and it needs to be a collaboration, a collaborative approach. Car makers, component suppliers, IT industry, app developers, mobility operators, and mobile operators all put together need to have a collaborative approach. And as far as the electronics industry is concerned, I think we need to focus quite a lot on localization. It was also discussed in the inaugural session. We are probably not even doing local assembly. We are importing critical components from China, Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan, etc. But there is a need to increase this component localization. And the PLI scheme recently launched by Government of India with focus on electronics and IT is going to helpful. That's what we are looking forward to in terms of the growth of automotive electronics in future. I think that these are my thoughts that I thought I should share at this forum. Thank you very much. Mr. Ramchandran, over to you. Thank you. If you have any one or two questions, I can answer, or you have to log off and go for another meeting at 13 hours.
Yeah, just couple of questions. Just couple of questions. Thank you very much for your very nice presentation and quite, I would say, educational for me from the electronics side. And a couple of questions. One is, in terms of technology, Maruti, I remember that you're really pushing a lot on the hybrid. What do you think that is, in terms of the present situation, is a hybrid is a good solution? Or I was reading that hybrid probably will increase now till about the end of the decade and then start to decline. But what do you think about hybrid for India?
I think if you look at electric vehicles and hybrid, they actually complement each other. I think there is some kind of a misconception that it's a hybrid versus EV solution. I think EV is a good solution. We're also working on electric vehicles. At the same time, when you look at infrastructure, if you look at the cost of electric vehicles, it is very, very high. And consumer convenience is not there. Charging infrastructure is not present. Today, whatever vehicles we are having are low spec vehicles, don't go far away. And people are concerned about the range anxiety. So in order to address this, government is taking many, many steps. And I think all the industry players are also taking steps. However, it's going to take time. So if I tell you that, okay, let's assume, 20%, 15%, 7%, Bloomberg has said, becomes EV in 2030. But how about the other 93%? So what do we do about them? India is we have the concern of energy security. We import crude. Most of our crude is imported. So we must address the non-EV vehicles as well. And there where we feel that two solutions. One is CNG because it's available. And second is hybrid are very good for India. Because hybrid and electric vehicles, if I just answer you clearly in terms of components, electric motor, both drive the vehicles. We have a power control unit. We have the high voltage cables. We'll have the battery. So both, if we put the scale, for localization, you must be knowing your industry association that for localization, we need scale. And unless we aggregate demand of vehicles, aggregate demands for components, we cannot localize. It's just not possible, economically feasible. So our view is that both hybrids and electric vehicles need to be seen as a complementary ecosystem. We need to aggregate the demand and therefore create interest in people to invest in manufacturing and thereby reduce cost. And it will reduce cost of hybrid vehicles, it will reduce cost of electric vehicles, both. And then only we can move forward. So adoption of hybrid vehicles from a policy perspective also is going to help faster adoption of electric vehicles. That's what I feel, and I think I have answered your.
But do you, I remember government at the moment does not offer any incentive for hybrid vehicles, right?
Correct.
So is that something which you would recommend that government should offer an incentive for hybrid vehicles?
Yeah, we surely. I think we are going to we are discussing with government, and it's a continuous process. We'll continue to engage and explain this perspective. This is what is being explained. But our view is clear that, okay, till the time we are getting into large scale EV adoption, hybrid is going to only fast pace it. So support it. That's the request.
But are you planning to introduce any smaller hybrid cars? I think you're primarily the hybrids are in high expensive models, right?
Yeah, I think like any other component or high cost features, it's going to flow down from the up. So upper segments first, and then coming down. It's going to take time. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But the scale is required, aggregation is required, and that's going to help us, the whole industry.
Thank you very much, and I think it's a wonderful presentation, and thank you very much. Your tight schedule, you've been able to talk to us. Thank you very much, sir, and Elsina will be in touch with you just to track the development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Goel. Thank you, Mr. Ramchandran. Thank you, Dr. Jindal and Dr. Bhatkal. Thank you so much. Sorry I have to log up, but pardon me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tapan.
May I now invite Dr. A.K. Jindal from the Tata Autocom Systems. Dr. Jindal is currently advisor e-mobility and new products and technology at Tata Autocom Systems, supporting the development of various systems and components for EVs. And prior to joining TACO as an advisor, he has held leadership positions at Tata Motors and then Engineering Research Center at electric and defense vehicles, as well as head engineering commercial vehicles. He has been a person who's always focused on technology development and commercial vehicles. And like the whole industry is transiting in terms of technology, he's primarily a PhD in IC engines, and it'd be very interesting in terms of him transiting from IC engine technology to EV technology. And so he's in that sense, he's the right person to understand the implications and then lead the industry towards this transition. So it'll be, thank you very much, sir. I think we would love to listen to you in terms of this change and how the supply chain should shape up in India. Dr. Jindal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ramchandran, as well as I really thank Elsina to give me this opportunity to really share my thoughts in this very important forum about what TACO or Tata Motors or Tata Group is really looking at. Though I saw Mr. Banmali was there, he might have also given his views about how Tata Group is really progressing in this electronic domain. So I think I have not prepared any presentation, but I think it would not have been much different than what Tapan made a presentation from an overall automotive electronics perspective. I would like to only add a few things which I believe are the key enablers or what we need to do to really give further impetus to the introduction of electronics as well as further enhancement in the automotive area. So I think, as already mentioned, the automotive electronics is one has become now almost the backbone of all the automotive developments. As you rightly said, when I started the IC engine work, there was hardly any electronics in the IC engines. All systems were emission control systems, were mechanical. But at that time, we were always thinking that if we had a more flexible and better controls, we could really make big stride in terms of improving the emissions as well as the performance of the engines, which has actually happened as the more and more electronics has come in with the introduction of electronic pumps and then electronically controlled injectors and after treatment systems. A lot of things have come. In fact, today, if you see a BS6 vehicle, it will be like a big chemical factory running on the road with the huge amount of electronics, 6, 7 ECUs and a lot of sensors, whether it is pre and post emission, post catalytic converter as well as emission sensors. So there is a huge, I would say, transformation which has happened from the past. But I think as we see the future, the transformation is going to be even much more radical than what has happened in the past. EV is one of those things, but as you know, the whole automotive industry is working on what we very commonly call as ACEs, where the whole automotive industry is focusing on autonomous, connected, efficient, or electric. I use for E, there can be two words, efficient or electronics. And of course, the last word S was shared again from a optimization point of view of utilization of the automobiles. Though in the current COVID situation, shared has taken a little bit of a beating, but I'm sure once the things settle down as far as COVID is concerned, there will be probably, maybe in future, there will be again a stress on how do we minimize or how we optimize the utilization of automotive vehicles on the road. Now coming to the electronics, as I said, I think electronics plays a very significant role in the today's automotive products. whether it is engines, whether it is for emission control, as I already mentioned. Safety is one very big area which can be improved by introduction of electronics, whether it is through various what we call as commonly now ADAS features, whether it is collision mitigation, whether it is the lane change warning, whether it is lane keep assist. So these kind of a lot of things which can be for which the electronics is one of the big enabler. And of course in the performance enhancement, convenience, and of course the connected, as Tapan was also saying, now the vehicles are not something like a separate thing which you can probably you use it as and when you need. It is actually become a part of your overall life, where whether you are at home or whether you are in vehicle, you are connected with the whole ecosystem. So having said that, I would like to bring in some few points that if we have to make big strides into in all these areas in the development. So honestly, today a lot of our development is dependent on either import of designs or either import of components or systems. There is a huge dependence on this. Notwithstanding that, I would say that in many areas there are huge capabilities have been developed in terms of design, even in terms of manufacturing, but they are very small and few. So where is that gap in terms of uh, being a self-reliant, as the government is talking about Atmanirbhar in our overall design and development of the vehicles. So I think one is that all said and done, because of various reasons which maybe we can't discuss it in detail here, but our R&D spent in these areas is very minimal. If we compare ourselves in the with respect to US or even with respect to China, Korea, and many other countries, our R&D spend is very, very minimal. So now there are many reasons. As I said, we can't really go into this. I think this is one area where there is a lot of potential for us to really spend, in which obviously the government agencies, private sector, and the manufacturing has to really contribute together, so that we can take leadership role in this area. And as we all know, as an R&D people, anything what we do in R&D, it gets fructified in next minimum 8 or 10 years. So the problem in India what we face today is we are always lagging behind, and always whenever there is a issue about developing new technologies or new products, the easiest route which we always think is that get it from outside and then make it in India. That is why the slogan 5 years back or 10 years back was make in India. It's now only we are talking about complete independent. Atmanirbhar doesn't mean that you don't import anything, but you need to be under control. So basically what I think the steps we need to do is we need to be connected with the global R&D, global development scenarios, and we need to go along, and then of course think about local innovations to meet the local requirement, as Tapan was mentioning, that we need to find out our local solutions rather than looking at solutions always coming out from outside. So now specifically if I talk about when we talk about automotive electronics, where are the gaps today? Being now in working closely with the TACO Tata Autocom, where we are looking at providing the overall driveline, the battery packs, and then even other power electronics. So the future area, in particularly in EV and maybe of course in the other areas which I mentioned, I think power electronics is one big area which the Indian industry, whether it is electronic industry or manufacturing, has to really pull that out from maybe currently it is mainly focused on low power, low voltage areas to a high voltage, high power domain. So that which is the really need of ours, of today's electric vehicles, and even as the electrification spread over in the other domains, it will be doing. I think the second area is the sensors and actuators. Sensors, when I mean sensors, cameras, radars, lidars, which are going to be the real enablers for autonomous vehicles, and also which can be real enablers for the autonomous safety of the vehicle. And of course, e-drives is one area. The motors, controllers is another area which is, I think, need of ours, where a lot of industry effort is required. So in this, one is of course the R&D. What I believe is that there is a lot of talent is available in India. Lot of talent sitting in various engineering services organizations are providing engineering services or designs to a lot of global players. But somehow though their talent is not getting used in India by Indian industry, and or if at all it is done, there are very minimal, I would say, the areas where their talents are being used. So the reason is that probably a lot of projects or a lot of requirements is not getting generated in time, so that these people can really contribute in that. So I think and I think the last point which I would like to mention, of course there are many things which we can talk about. The one is the manufacturing area. Like in the previous session I was hearing, the government is also now pushing for manufacturing of semiconductors in the country. So they are the real backbone of any power electronic devices or even the other controllers which need to go into EVs. So these are the areas which need to be really given a big push. Of course, government through various policy measures and financial measures can really give a push to R&D as well as manufacturing in these areas. And of course, the industry need to come forward in terms of utilizing these requirements into in the real automotive vehicle development. So there are again many things which one can really talk about, but these are the things which I thought are the key drivers for future if India has to be the self-sufficient in terms of developing EVs. And in fact, EVs and maybe autonomous vehicles have a big potential, and they can really give an opportunity to India to really make a quantum jump in the technology as well as the products which we have been doing so far. With those words, thank you very much. I would like to close my comments. And if there are any questions, I will be really happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for summarizing what the requirements are. We will keep the questions after Dr. Ravi, after he speaks. And then we can have a few questions and we can have discussions. Thank you very much. And you have really summarized the kind of gaps what we have in India and how we both, all the stakeholders combined, we should work together to ensure that these gaps are over a time filled so that we can have a good ecosystem for EVs. Now, may I request Dr. Bhatkar, meanwhile I'll just introduce him. Let me introduce Dr. Bhatkar. Dr. Bhatkar serves as the Managing Director, India for McDermott Performance Solutions, which includes Alpha Assembly Solutions and McDermott Enthone businesses. We keep talking a lot about, making in India. I think his company is the one which helps a lot in terms of making in India, because he is at the level where we have systems, especially in electronics, we talk about end product assembly where the inputs are all imported. But then, you have the components and then you have the materials, and then Ravi's company really provides materials made in India, which is a great, I would say, contribution to make in India in India. I think it's really a very laudable thing which they are doing in India. He earned his PhD in Material Science and Engineering and an MBA from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, an MS in Material Science and Engineering from Vanderbilt University, a BE in Mechanical Engineering from College of Engineering, Pune, University of Pune. Currently, he serves as a member of the Global Board of Directors of INEMI, the Global Electronic Industry Consortium, with cumulative member revenues in excess of US $750 billion. It serves as an industrial advisory board of Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute's Lighting Enabled Systems and Application Center. He is widely published and is a co-inventor on 2 granted and 6 pending patents. We are really lucky to have him here today. So may I invite Ravi to present his views, please.
So thank you, Mr. Ramchandran, and thank you to Alcina and Rajji for inviting me to speak today. Before I start, I would like to say that I couldn't agree more with Dr. Jindal's point that power electronics is a very, very key technology platform that absolutely needs to be localized and an ecosystem needs to be developed around it. But I'll get to that in a little while. So thanks again, Mr. Ramchandran, for the very kind introduction. What I'm going to do is basically take what Tapan and Dr. Jindal have said earlier and bring it down to really the technology level in terms of what would need to be done to implement these things on the ground. I'll just give a quick intro. We are roughly a $1.8 billion advanced materials and specialty chemicals company headquartered in the US. We have 5 different verticals. 3 of them touch electronics, both in automotive, both in electronics and industrial technologies. In electronics, the unique part of where we are is we make interconnect materials. That means materials carrying either electrons or heat from the semiconductor onwards, from chip to box, from semiconductor, then the substrate and PCB, and then PCB assembly. So we have somewhat of a unique view at a global level of what is happening in the industry. And we cover pretty much every segment, industry segment out there. We have a separate team that cuts across all our businesses in automotive, and the focus of the team is really in electric vehicles, vehicle automation, and interiors and displays, the next generation platforms. Our electronics business is about $1.2 billion, and we operate in over 50 countries worldwide. In India, our headquarters is in Chennai. We have a research and development center, one of our largest in the world, in Bangalore, and then we have a technical center in Manesar. We've been in India for 89 years, so it's a long time. Obviously, sometime along the way, we started working with the electronics industry in India and really helped the industry and really grew with it. And we are right now serving both the electronics and industrial segments in India. So Dr. Jindal talked about ACEs, the key drivers that are really driving the next version of automotive market, the autonomous, connected, electric, and shared. This concept came about well more than 10 years ago through Stefan Heck, who was then at McKinsey. But these trends are really driving electronics adoption in automobiles. So what are the key drivers of the electronics growth in automobiles? One is the increase in the system content at PCB and semiconductor level because of the increased complexity and high density design. Second is managing the increased heat and power, specifically as it relates to the electric vehicle platform to, which typically tends to be significantly higher power. And that means increased power density and increased reliability requirements. These also apply to IC engines, just in a different way. And third is the complex vehicle architecture, because with the change in, the dramatic increase, I would say, in electronics adoption, you really are going to look at high frequency requirements and then connectivity, and specifically EMI shielding challenges, because you don't want crosstalk between electronic systems. So, three reasons for transition to advanced electronics, which is already ongoing, and I think that it will come sooner rather than later to India, is one is increased processing, second is vehicle architecture, and third is reliability. So, you take autonomous vehicles or even the integration of driver safety systems, driver assistance systems, and basically it is life critical decision making speed that is required. That means you need very low latency technology. Second is you don't want systems to interfere with one another, which means you need more efficient paths without leakages of system connection. And third is really understanding the unique requirements that come about because of application of electronics in automotive and the significant reliability requirements of automotive. Three factors which influence adoption of advanced electronics are, industry testing. What tests do you use to validate new technology or new platforms, and how do you validate custom solutions? The second is how do you design and manufacture and adopt high density designs? And then the third is, novel materials, including substrate materials, which would be required in this particular case. One thing is for certain, that the pace of change is going to increase. And one of the reasons for that is we are, in the automotive industry, we are actually borrowing technology from mobile and consumer electronics and jamming it into automotive. So a lot of what is happening is the miniaturization that's happening in automotive has originally been developed for the mobile phone or the tablet. And now we're trying to sort of take that and put it into an automobile. Remember that, in a tablet or mobile phone, the lifetime is 2 years. And in design lifetime, I mean. And in the case of an automobile, you're basically looking at 10-year lifetime. So you have very different requirements in automotive. But the change is definitely happening and coming. And that's really shown by the electronics content that is in an automobile. And where we are over $2,500 per vehicle in electronic content, that will go up to almost 28 or 2,900 within 2 to 3 years time. One of the key factors is going to be high density design. So when you have so much processing that is required, as I mentioned, the miniaturization will involve high density designs. That means the electrical pathways will need to decrease in size to achieve the requisite processing speed. So all the technologies that need to be adopted for interconnect, be it substrate, PCBs, or interconnect materials like solders or diodes, etc., they need to conform to very high density designs. And that means that in an automobile, you will continuously see an increase in the adoption of HDI, high density interconnect PCBs and substrates. So just from 2016 to 2021, on a global scale, the HDI penetration has gone up from 20% to 50%. And you will begin to see that. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that this is the infrastructure that will be required in India if we are to localize in a significant way. Increased processing power means shrinking component packages, effective cooling, and then the opportunities that could help resolve these are things like advanced via filling technologies, semi-additive and additive processing, designing and implementing packages that are very high reliability, low voiding solder materials and other interconnect materials, etc. In high density designs, you'll basically get compression of routing. That means shorter distances, more functionality, thermal dissipation, and faster processing. So whatever designs get implemented need to take these parameters into account. The same goes for advanced packaging technologies, which I also believe that is the topic of the specs and PLI schemes that are coming in now, that are being implemented. And I think that this also would be required here. But you know, in the packaging, you need really advances in molded packages, inspectability and reliability, and really the ability to implement miniaturization, and then all the subsequent materials technologies that go along with that to implement that. Same thing with industry testing. I mean, I'll just give you a simple example. When you are doing lifetime testing in the case of either thermal shock or thermal cycling, you are really making assumptions about how long a system or a component is going to last in the field. And several advances have been made to actually model the reliability on physics of failure basis, to actually link the lab scale testing to prediction of how long something is going to last in the field. But this is a nascent emerging field that really needs to be very significantly and carefully developed and looked at. Reliability of performance, if you really look at the automotive application, it is very harsh, and the reliability requirements are quite high. You just look at electric vehicle inverter targets, you're basically looking at very high power density. The DOE, Department of Energy, requirements are 100 kilowatts per liter by 2025. That's the target, and a high peak current of 1,000 amps. And power cycling reliability requirement will be 3 million cycles at a delta T of 80 degrees C, and high operating temperature 150 to 200 C. Those are very harsh conditions. And so, whatever components and materials are used in a EV drivetrain, like an inverter, for example, you've got to be able to convey the power, you've got to be able to remove the heat, and you've got to be able to join and mitigate the stress in an assembled condition, very high stress. And so, performance plus reliability. Performance meaning I'm talking about things like range and the ability to deliver the power requirement, both energy density and power density, but while making sure that the drivetrain actually lasts for a long period of time. And advanced materials are coming in, such as sintered technology, which replaces solder for very high reliability. You've got high creep resistant solder materials, etc. Those are all things that are emerging now that make high reliability, ultra high reliability EV possible. So in reliability, you're really looking at increased risk of thermal fatigue, harsh operating conditions, shrinking component packages, and of course, increased power requirements. So what happens in terms of the technology to be utilized? You have to reduce the number of interfaces as far as possible, increase the properties of the copper that are used. You use high reliability materials such as sintered and creep resistant materials for interconnects, and you have improved electrochemical reliability across the whole chain, from semiconductor all the way down to finished product assembly. So I think, and the last point that I would probably touch on is the substrate materials that would be required for the things like LiDAR, radar, etc. These are all very high frequency applications, and you require a very low loss substrate and surface finished materials in order to really make a difference here. And those are all coming, and frankly, we need to bring that capability here. And then last, vehicle and system architecture. You're basically looking, as I said, unique substrate materials. You've got to be very high tolerance, 77 gigahertz high frequency sensors. I mean, radar and high frequency sensors. And then to be able to do signal discrimination in between these systems. So the opportunities there would be to really bring ease of fabrication, design freedom, and then implement intelligent ways of doing EMI shielding. So just a quick summary. I apologize I rushed through this, but this is sort of what I had. There's lots of opportunities to bring these technologies to India. I mean, just our examples Mr. Ramchandran mentioned, but we've invested, already invested very heavily in India in terms of both manufacturing and R&D. And because of our, both the technology reach and scale, we can bring pretty much any technology that's needed as the need arises. So I would suggest that, there is a roadmap, but we should tap into that roadmap and sort of accelerate that and borrow on all the capabilities that exist between all our companies to bring technology here sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatkal. So wonderful, and in terms of how we start preparing ourselves for the kind of reliability and the material requirements. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll have some little bit time for a couple of quick questions. There are some questions put in the chat box. Are you people able to see that, Dr. Jindal and Ravi?
Yeah, I can. I just opened the chat box. Yes, I can see it.
Yeah. I'm not able to scroll it. I see only the last couple of ones.
What is the plan for indigenous lithium-ion battery manufacturing? I think Dr. Jindal, do you want to comment on that? Or?
Yes. Yeah. So you are starting from top to bottom, or sure?
I went from bottom to top.
Okay.
Sorry to intervene, but I would possibly, consolidate the questions and answer.
Okay.
In one go. So basically, it's about lithium-ion batteries and about the IC engines. When are they? For how long will IC engines continue? And I think there are also somebody is talking about from NSIC. Mr. Joshi is from NSIC. He's asking about we are a government India organization helping MSME sector in machine supplying. Would you like to join us? I don't know what is the question exactly, but I think mainly it is about lithium-ion batteries and about IC engines and plans for.
How long will they last? Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's means one can only guess, but all the industry projections are that IC engines in some form or the other, or maybe they may transition from one form to the other at some place or the other. Use may vary, but IC engines are not going to go away till at least 2050. This is what I read a report. Because there are some areas where probably other forms of power source are not really very well conducive or amenable. Let's say for stationary applications, maybe, or maybe heavy duty applications where pure electrics may really take some time, maybe in some other form. But the general I would say, at least to best of my knowledge, IC engines are not going to go away too soon as we might have thought of. So I think the second question is about the fast charging batteries. So that is I think a lot of industry efforts are on the batteries to make it charge faster. There is a lot of R&D effort, global R&D efforts being put in what we generally call as 5-minute charging. So obviously it also to some extent depends upon the type of batteries what we use, but that's the effort which is being made to really charge the batteries at a higher rates and charge at 5. See, already there is a technology of LTO batteries which can be charged at a very high rate. So 15 minutes charging is already being promised by LTOs. The only problem with LTO batteries is that their energy density is not very good. So, and also their cost is very high per kilowatt hour when we talk about. So these are all some of the, I would say, shortcomings, but maybe with the new technologies, these issues will do get resolved about the charging. So high power charging up to 300 kilowatts or flash charging up to 800 kilowatts is already there, but then it doesn't fill the complete battery. So they means you need to do it too often to really make it work. So that's, I think, the about the fast charging station all over like the petrol bunks. You see, that is one which is a one big challenge or which is being talked about today. Like in maybe Mr. Ravi can add to this. Whatever we talk to a lot of people globally, there is a big movement towards make ready, charge ready kind of movements are there, where there are a lot of charging stations are being set up. Even the on the road cafes or the hotels or the motels are being encouraged with a lot of government support to set up that. Even Government of India has now drawn a charter to have around 1500 charging stations across various national highways. So there is a understanding that yes, this is something which is required, and I think there is a move towards this. So the last point which I can see in this particular question is any plans for hybrid or EV two-wheelers. EV two-wheelers are definitely there, and I think that is one of the top priority areas, and accordingly there is a sort of encouragement from the government side also. I'm not too sure about hybrids. If I take a minute to talk about hybrid, you see, basically hybrid technology is more complex than making a EV. Because when you are talking about a hybrid, so you have to make a engine also work and then motor also work, how to really make them work together. It is much more complex than making a pure EV. And I think in a vehicle like in a two-wheeler, it may even end up becoming more expensive than anything better. So in fact, globally, the EVs, two-wheelers are the first vehicles which have been converted long time back into EVs. If you see China, there are hardly any IC engine two-wheelers exist in China. They are more or less converted all to EVs. So in fact, that's what need to happen in India.
So just I have one question. That is, do you think that supercapacitors will ever be any will be supplementing or replacing batteries?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of research on supercapacitors about energy supercapacitors or power super. See, power supercapacitors are there. There have been instances where there have been efforts to try to use in conjunction along with the batteries. The biggest shortcoming in the supercapacitors is that they can't hold your energy. The rate of delivery of energy cannot be controlled to a very large extent. So they will get charged very fast, but they will get discharged also very fast. So there are efforts, I would say, but whether they have been really, as of now, we don't see any real successful implementation of a hybrid battery pack kind of a thing, though there has been a lot of talks about that, a hybrid battery pack which can have maybe a small battery plus supercapacitors to work them in tandem. I think there are a lot of technological challenges to make it work in the actual vehicle. So that's why you don't see many applications. Maybe lab scale, yes, but not in the actual applications.
Thank you, sir. I think we are running out of time, so I think we will close the session now. And we are quite grateful to all the speakers for spending that time. And it was a very interesting session. Now I'll hand over this to Raju Goyal.
Thank you.
Raju? Raju?
I think he's on mute.
Tanmay? Yeah.
Sir, thank you very much. I would, I also, would like, there is some problem with the connectivity. I'm really sorry about that. I don't know why that is happening. But sir, I must thank both the speakers who are still on the panel, sir. Extremely nice of you to have joined and shared your valuable thoughts. We would like to stay in touch with you because I think you have got so much knowledge with you that we'll always benefit from that. I also thank Dr. Tapan Sahu, who had to leave early, but I think his presentation was also very interesting. I would like to also introduce Mr. Ramchandran, because I'm sorry, sir, I did not mention anything about you because Mr. Bhatkal knows you, but maybe Dr. Jindal does not. So Mr. Ramchandran is a doyen of the industry. He has also been the president of Elsina. I don't remember the date now, but year now, maybe 1990.
Before you were born, I think so.
Yeah, no, sir. I don't think it was. I'm not so young, but I think always been a really great supporter of Elsina, and we depend a lot upon what we do for the industry in this association. Of course, I won't say much about your your professional and your entrepreneurial career, which has also been equally great, I would say. But sir, thank you very much for everything and for this session. We've managed just a little bit late, but not too late, sir. It's been a great session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Ramchandran, really great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
nice.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye-bye. Tanmay, you can show the slide you wanted to, the film. Tanmay? Yeah, and then we'll immediately start the next session.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Tanmay, you can show the slide you wanted to. Tanmay, you can show the slide you wanted to. Yeah, and then we'll immediately start the next session.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Can we invite the speakers now, please? Good afternoon, Vinod. Very nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Raju. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for putting the spot on me again.
But I'm glad to see that you're back, and I think you're in office. I think you're in office.
I'm in office today. Yes. Yeah, in fact, the first day I'm trying out a few hours at the office, so it's doing well. No problem.
Okay. So we are a little bit late. Welcome everybody. I'm Raju Goel. I think I have met everybody except for Mr. Sirish Bachu. Mr. Bachu, I'm Raju Goel from Elsina, and I look after the Elsina Secretariat.
Good afternoon.
So it is my honor to welcome all of you on the panel. Of course, Mr. Vinod Sharma is the chair, and so he will be taking care of everything else. But I would just like to thank all of you. Mr. Sunil Asija, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us in this session. I think we'll have a slightly different perspective from you on the design and on the distribution of components. Mr. Bachu, I think we are all very much interested in your company, which is I think quite unique. Was it part of the Titan? Was it part of the Titan group earlier? Or
Yes, we bought it from Titan. That's right.
Okay. You bought this from Titan, okay? So because I think I knew about this earlier. Shri Ramji, welcome. Welcome on the panel, Shri Ramji. Thank you very much for joining. I think, and Mr. Balakrishnan is also joining from EPCOS, now TDK, of course. So, Mr. Balakrishnan, sir, welcome on the panel. Thank you very much for joining and for
Thank you very much too. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
I hope you are able to hear me and see me, because
we can't
there
see
was
you.
in between.
We can hear you.
There was a little, yeah, okay. There was some interruption. Let me just check. Suddenly the line, all the while it was beautiful. The moment I came into this panel, then now I'm there. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Nice meeting all of you. Mr. Asija, nice to see you. Of course, as usual, pleasure seeing you. Raju, thank you for inviting. And sir, first time we are meeting. Thank you very much.
Vinod, may I hand over to you now? I don't think we should time. So I'll just hand over to you immediately, please.
Thanks very much.
We just have 1 hour, so we don't have much time. 1 hour is not enough.
True. And I believe Mr. Jairam Sampath is also joining us.
There is some doubt. I don't know. He is not joined yet. He did say that he would, but
keep me informed.
Otherwise, please do go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, a privilege, a pleasure to be presenting to you an eminent sort of a galaxy of panelists. At least 4 of them are friends and colleagues that I've worked with, and I'm sure Mr. Bachu will soon be a friend and colleague after this panel discussion. It's of course, I think whenever Raju thinks of a topic that starts with challenges and opportunities, for some reason he wants me to moderate it. So here I am, after a brief illness, I'm very happy that this is the first panel that I'm moderating, because the subject is something which is extremely important. If I may remind all of us, there is really only one manufacturing sector in which we seem to have got it absolutely right, which was the auto sector, thanks to the supply chain development that the erstwhile Maruti Suzuki at that point of time did in this country. The rest of the manufacturing sectors have sort of, at least in my humble opinion, been a mix and match of things. And we haven't been able to build a globally competitive ecosystem to match what our friends in auto have been able to do. And of course, there are some very good examples out of pharma, chemicals, to some extent, steel maybe, and of course, auto components is a great story. But unfortunately, in the electronics, as we all know, and I don't want to go over that story, we seem to have, for a long time, lost the plot or missed the bus. And it's in that context that I feel that today's session is extremely important, because I'd like my, eminent panelists to focus a little bit on how can we get this right. So now talking of auto as part of auto electronics as part of auto and of electronics, can we put some thoughts today on what are things that we must do right, so that unlike the others, so for example, in the consumer electronics sector, where we had our own brands, we had our own manufacturing and assembly for a long time, we had components being made for those brands. And some of our colleagues, I remember Bala and people in Vishay, for example, would remember this. And Sunil has become very rich selling those components all over the country. So he will remember this fondly. We've gone through that phase. And then we came to a phase where from manufacturing started getting eroded, value add was diminishing, and a lot of us were converted to some kind of trading activity rather than manufacturing. Here is our chance to get it right. That's the way I like to look at it. Just a couple of figures to sort of put the context right. There is a McKinsey report that I know the CII, DPIIT is doing a whole study on EV components and auto electronic components, I would say. They have put a long-term target, I think in what they call long-term is 4 to 6 years from now, of $25 billion. That is the entire auto electronic sort of piece. That cake is about $25 billion. And if I break that up very quickly, about $13 billion out of that comes out of battery, 3 out of motors, another $3 billion out of power electronics, and then the other 6 is everything else. So that's the breakup that this McKinsey report gives us. And then they have also gone into looking at the current status, in terms of immediate, short, medium, long-term goals. So battery, they're looking at battery assembly in the immediate term, cell manufacturing coming in the short and the medium term. Of course, battery manufacturing systems, the BMS, the coming in manufacturing from short to medium term, and housing happening in the immediate term. So that's as far as battery is concerned. On motor, they look at motor assembly happening short and immediate, rotor happening in the short term, which is 2 to 4 years, and stator manufacturing also happening around the same time. On the power electronics, DC-DC assembly is beginning to happen already as we speak. Some control board assembly is beginning to happen. However, things like controls, power module manufacturing, and especially the passive component piece for the entire automotive, we are still 2 to 4 years away. This is what their report says. And I'm just putting that so that some of our speakers can pick up from that. Now, very quickly, before I move to our panel, let me introduce them very quickly. Their CVs have been circulated, but it's really a pleasure to have this eminent panel. Dr. Sriram Srinivasan, who is also a colleague of mine in Elsina, we work very closely together. He is one of those, as you say, if you were an eligible bachelor, he's got all the correct degrees for him. A BTech, IIT Madras, MS and PhD from North Carolina. So he's amongst, Raju does this balancing act very well. So all the panelists are extremely educated, professionally qualified, and then he asked somebody like me to moderate it, who doesn't fit any of those bills. So I'm very happy to be doing that again. Sriram is the CEO of Sirma. Sirma is doing some great work in EMS and also specifically in the auto electronics field. In the last 5 years that Sriram has been at the helm, Sirma has recorded some extremely good growth figures. And I know that recently they announced a merger, which only means that his strategy is beginning to work and they're looking at a high growth trajectory. So I wish him all the best. He is, of course, like I said, an office bearer with us, and Elsina is leading a lot of policy discussions at that space. He has a very rich auto experience, which I'm not sure if you all know. Shanti Gears, Saint-Gobain Glass, Rani, and then Sundaram Fasteners. And so obviously you can imagine that not just, these are large auto parts players who have played the game. And Sriram, I'm hoping that you will touch upon some of those experiences as you speak. He's also a poet in his free time, which I'm not sure he has a lot, but I've read some of his blogs and he's a very interesting author. So do follow him and connect with him on LinkedIn. We also have Mr. Balakrishnan, who's a dear friend, somebody I often have, used as a sounding board for a lot of strategies around components, passive components. And if there is a Mr. Passive Component in India, I think it's him. 40 years that he spent largely with Siemens, and then Siemens and that journey has taken him to EPCOS and then to TDK now. If there is someone who knows how to manage the Indian ecosystem with German bosses and then Japanese bosses, I think he's one of those rare diamonds in our crown. So Balakrishnan-ji, I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Especially your thoughts on how do we develop a component ecosystem for this fantastic emerging area of auto electronics. Sirish Bachuji, like I declared in the opening remarks, I don't know you, but it was a pleasure to read your CV. And I'm very happy that Raju introduces new speakers so that we get to know more people and learn more. I do follow Ather as a company and the exciting things that they're doing, both for business and for personal reasons. I'm very happy to know that you've been the vice president at their digital technology, leading their digital technology at Ather. And I know it's a fantastic scooter. I've ridden it myself. And I feel that the experience is, you're trying to do an iPhone on scooters, if I may say so. And I'm sure that what you did there in your last stint is helping them build on that foundation very strongly. You've, of course, got experiences with Mahindra's, Bosch, and ISRO, just the top names that you would need in this. And at Mahindra, you actually come up with this platform of DigiSense, which connects all Mahindra vehicles on one platform. So I'm sure that our audience will today be enriched with your experiences and what you have to share in the area of supply chain development for auto electronics. I know that you have an interest in mentoring startups. So all the startups who are hearing us today, here's another person who you might want to reach out to. The fourth person on my list today is Sunil Hasija-ji. He's somebody I've known for many years. Today McKinsey talks about agile organizations and adaptability. Here is a man I've seen doing that over the last 25 years at least. From being trading, distributing, to setting up his own design lab and now a full design technical center at Electronica. You've really grown in terms of the value addition that you bring to the world of distribution of components. So I know that you're probably supplying to everybody who's there in this country. Your experience and how you see what has happened in the last 3 decades. I know that you, like all of us, have traveled often to China. Are there some lessons we can learn from that? And Sunilji, as always, be as candid as possible, because a lot of us in the component manufacturing space, I think, need some serious candid talk in terms of investment and manufacturing development. I know we have not kept pace, and I would love to hear from you on that. And I don't know if you are going to be joined by Mr. Sampath. When he comes in, I will do that. So with those words, I suggest the following format, that in the row that in the audience.
I'm already there.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sampath.
I was 10 minutes too early, so I was watching the previous one. I think they forgot to upgrade me. My apologies. I was
pleasure to have you on the panel.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Jairam Sampath. I work in Keynes Technology.
That's right.
I have about 30 years of experience in electronics and other. I know Mr. Raju from beginning when I was in the IT industry, and today I am part of the manufacturing services space. We also do some design services, and really it's an eminent panel here, and I look forward to learning a lot more than whatever little contribution I can make. I'm always available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Mr. Sampath. Welcome.
Yeah, it's really a pleasure.
Sampath is also my classmate in IIT. Yeah? Same year.
Okay. So yeah.
You've got yeah. I was,
maybe 2 members of the mafia on the same panel. Same batch, 80-85.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Pleasure to have you, Mr. Sampath.
Yeah.
Great. So, let's begin with you. I would say let's use the first 3 minutes each to make your opening remarks about auto electronics, where you really think, and then I will lead you with a couple of questions after that. And depending on how inquisitive the audience is, we'll try to moderate this whole discussion within 50 minutes from now.
Okay, sure. Vinod is always throwing surprises at me, and this time it's I go first, so that's the surprise. Okay, basically, I think Sashi mentioned that data is the new digital fuel that's going to fuel the automotive industry, and I completely agree with him. And that brings me to my first big point I want to make is there's going to be huge amounts of data that's going to be generated by the automotive industry. We are talking about, I think I've mentioned this before in one of the other panels, the Mercedes S-Class, the new one, is going to have 108 sensors bumper to bumper, which means you can imagine the amount of data that it's going to be collecting and putting it into the cloud or whatever system. Just to give a perspective, all the data that we have ever generated in this world in the last, 5,000 years, 2,000 years, whatever you want, is 40 zettabytes. Zettabyte is, I think, 10 to the power of 21. And in the next 5 years, we are going to move that 40 to 160 zettabytes, which means, what we didn't achieve in 5,000 years, we are going to do it in the next 3 times more than that in the next 5 years. So that's the kind of data that's going to come at us. So that itself is a big challenge for the electronics industry, if you wanted one, because it started, the title says challenges, right? So where are we going to store this data? Unfortunately, not many of the chip guys have invested in foundries lately. There's consolidation in the industry. So where are we going? I'm already seeing the beginnings of that, because we deal with a very, very large chip company, and we are looking at microprocessor chips, of course. And these ICs now, they're talking about, give me 20-week lead times, purchase orders, and 10-month forecast already. And in the last 5 weeks, they have moved the goalpost from 4 weeks lead time to 4 weeks forecast to 6 weeks forecast to 10-month forecast. So we are talking, some real trouble in the industry. So that's a very mundane thing, because that's ICs and components. But when you look at the next big challenge in the automotive today, automotive is growing very fast. Of course, it has always been like that. 15% CAGR predicted. So something like 135 billion is going to become 270 billion in the next 5 years. And the electronic content, which we all, 5 years back, I remember attending a CII conference. They said 5% in India, at best 5% will be electronics. Today it's already 20. And at that time, the world was 20. And the projection for the world is it's going to go to 50 or maybe even 35. And we are already at 20%. And the big challenge for us there is that still, to 65 to 70% of it is coming from overseas. We don't make any of that stuff. So that's the second big challenge that I see for our country, And the third thing that I'm hearing more and more in the last few weeks is, hardware is going to be passé. There's going to be one platform for hardware, and the play is really going to be on the embedded software. So if all of us are trying to do, hardware because we suddenly discovered it and discovered that China has overtaken us, please ease into that carefully and cautiously. Because if hardware is going to have just one platform and then the play is really going to be in embedded, which India is already quite strong, I think you need to take a balanced view of where you want to put your money and your brains and your resources. And I think that's going to be the most interesting challenge that Vinod has to address in this panel. So with these three things, I think I'll let the other people also speak and then wait for your questions, Vinod. I know you'll surprise me with some questions. I'll get ready.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Very, very important remarks that you made there. Yeah, Mr. Balakrishnan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I have, for 30 seconds, I'll just tell you the way the deliberations have gone since morning. I think we could just back off and go off for lunch or for a drink to your club, because everybody has brought out such pertinent and valuable points. But let me talk from TDK perspective, because automotive is also one of our key focus segments. About 20 years back, I recall in one of our meetings when we were discussing about automotive, one point that came up was that the average power consumption of the battery rating was for 500 watts. And they said in about 5 to 8 years, this would go up to 2.5 kilowatts. And before we reached 5 years, it was already nearing 5 kilowatts. And now I learned, since S-Class is being talked about, S-Class, I believe, consumes today about 12.5 kilowatt hours, So there is a fantastic change that is happening in the whole constellation of car, electronics and electrics in a car. So that's something that we will have to pay attention to. The second is, when we are talking about electronics related to automotive, we really will have to look at what is the opportunity that we want to leverage and what are the challenges. We are talking about manufacturing today about 3.5 to 4 million cars in this country. And more or less, we consume that hardly there is 10-15% export. I mean, we can keep deliberating on the figures. The global market is about 75-80 million cars, which probably could go up to 100 million cars in about 10-12 years' time, as per the prediction. And the supply chain is very stable for this 75-80 million cars, which is being produced today. So what do we want to do when we say we want to get into this electronics? Because what is it that we can offer to the market for the market to turn to us, except one fact, to say de-risk from China? Yeah, that's one important point. And then the disruption that is happening in the automotive sector in terms of the whole ICE automobile, looking at electric vehicles, hybrid electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, all of those things. And about 40% is going to change to this in the next 10 to 20 years. So the challenge is, number one, how can we address an 80 million market with a base of 4 million unless we develop our capability to absolute high quantum level, number one. And number two, how do we address this electric vehicle or the new disruption that is happening in the automotive segment? Mr. Ramchandran was mentioning about 2 million electric cars, and the statistics that we have based on our global search is that 6 million electric cars got sold or will be sold in 2020, of which 1.2 million out of China, right? And compare that with India, we are 10,000, 12,000, yeah? So where are we going to be? So the challenge is,
Sorry, Bala, sorry. But do we have a story on two-wheelers? I mean, you're mentioning four-wheelers, but do we have some opportunities there? And do they look different from your car story?
You see, it is like this. We could talk about two-wheelers, but again, electronics is something we should not talk about with the current status in mind. We will have to talk with an absolute future in mind, because electronics every day is emerging to higher and higher levels. And we are not going, if we are going to talk about 76 billion transformed to 40 billion in 5 years time or 6 years time, as Mr. Gaur presented, two-wheelers is not the market, because that is not going to have so much of content, and it is not going to have real high-tech components. So if we are really wanting to grow this market, we will have to look at four-wheeler market specifically, car market especially. That too, I don't even go to the commercial vehicles and buses, but especially the passenger cars is what we need to address. Yeah. And the third challenge is, we cannot look at the current electronic components. We will have to look at future electronic components in terms of what is the development happening. I would just give one insight and close it and then open it for discussion. For instance, when I talk to my colleagues in Japan or Germany or even in China, they are already talking to automotive manufacturers in terms of the components that they are working on, which are going to go into their cars, which are going to come 3 years later, 4 years later, 5 years later. Yeah. And when I get into the market and talk to my customers or people, we are not able to have a visibility beyond 2 years, because we are still at looking at a car which is at a far more primitive stage than many of these developed countries. So the three challenges: how do we address such a huge market with limited capability we have? How do we address the big disruption that we are already seeing in the market? And third is, how do we build our capability to address the future generation electronic components or electronic systems?
Great.
Back to you, Vinod, and then we will continue.
Thank you. As always, very, very interesting. Yes. Mr. Bachu, it's your turn now. It's good. Yeah, we're looking forward to hearing from your perspective now a little bit.
Fine. So, well, thank you, Mr. Vinod and Mr. Raju, for having me here. And it's a real pleasure to be part of this elite panel. Just connecting with what Mr. Sriram and Balakrishnan has spoken about. So it's more of the macro view, what is happening, where we are heading as a trend, and where the global things are moving, plus India, how we are getting affected. So in my opinion, I see we are standing at really exciting times, because for me, coming from the engineering background and then doing a lot of this technology oriented solutioning and all those things, it's an exciting time to see that electronics is really growing, especially in the automotive space. And if you see, we spoke about the examples of the S-Class carrying so many sensors, so much of data coming and all those things, right? All is, of course, driven by electronic control units and many more embedded systems sitting out there. But that we are looking only at the top of the pyramid, the premium segment. What we are also seeing on the ground is that the mass vehicles which are there now, whether it's the commercial vehicles or the scooters or the passenger cars, almost everything is getting upgraded. And which was earlier bare bones, bare mechanical carburetor based, everything is moving to ECU based, and a lot more say safety electronics, convenience electronics or comfort electronics, all these are taking much more prominence, which means the numbers are simply exponentially growing in this entire space in the automotive side. Now, there are two clear levers which are pulling this. One is in terms of the consumer preferences itself, to having much more modern vehicles and then much more access to the features which are there globally, number one. Second thing is also India, I think as a country, we are also caught up really a lot in terms of building the capability to be able to design the systems which are suited to our market, because of the global houses, captive houses, and the global OEMs and tier ones having set up shop, and then a lot of Indian talent is really working for that. So having said that, when it comes to the making these things happen, right? So a few of the challenges what I see is, one is in terms of what we're seeing is now we are seeing more and more demand for the connected things, more data coming in from the vehicles, more live aspects of it. Now, when we're connecting the different things other than the IT part of it on the vehicle, these electronics have to be really reliable, very, very robust, and so on. So in terms of the design aspects of it, when it comes to the designing the product and designing it for the manufacturability part, there's a lot of complexity which is getting added. Now, at the manufacturing stage, how do we bring in this handling this complexity and augment the skills which are able to really take us to the global level, what is expected out of this. So that will be, I would say, is one of the major challenges coming in. Second thing is obviously over-reliance in terms of the silicon, especially with the global players, where off late, I think we're again facing the crisis of the supply chain getting disrupted, very, very long lead times now, 4 to 6 months for a regular microcontrollers, what we procure, right? So this is a very hard-hitting fact that at some point of time, as a country, we need to look at developing our own capability in terms of the silicon aspects, the chips getting manufactured in India rather than looking at global supply chain for this. And there, trust me, there are a lot of, I would say, small initiatives which are there out, but it is not coming together as a cohesive, say, force which comes across to be able to leverage to the scale what is expected. And third, very, very strong moment, what we see is the move to electric, which means to say any electric vehicle, obviously the demand will sway completely. So today, if you say 30% of the spend is on the electronics part, the electric will be more than 50, 60% or 70% of the equation will inverse. So it will be purely electronics which will take over in terms of the component composition, what goes around. Which means to say the demand both from the electronic components plus the ability to manufacture those at such reliability, what is expected. And third part of it is in terms of the battery and the power demand, power electronics, which is going. So these have to really scale up to meet those demands. Okay, so these are some of the, I would say, macro level or mid-level challenges what I see which will be coming forth to us.
Do you also additionally see a challenge in terms of the talent that we have, for example, power electronics? I'm always told that the design capabilities within power electronics for this robust automotive platforms, we don't have enough people. Is that true? Do you see that yourself?
See, I will disagree with that in the sense the only gap is as a power electronics, as a market, if you see the consumer electronics side, and I think we have enough capabilities across. The only difference is how do we bring it to the automotive and how do we reinforce with the automotive standards and the practices and then the complexities which are required in that. So it's a transition which is required. I don't say the fundamental skill is lacking, but what is required to make it happen for the automotive, that switch somewhere has to be enabled and then moved on that part of it.
Yeah, thank you very much for those opening remarks. Yeah, Sunil ji,
yes.
धंधे की बात करते हैं आपसे. So, do we have the components, or are we just going to be continue to trade and depend on China as we've always done for so many years?
No, but we are not much dependent on China as such. Our principals are from all over the world. And as a management, we decided 6 months back to move away from whatever Chinese lines we have. I think I told you in one of our meetings also. And we are successfully one by one replacing, but 100% it is not possible. There are certain products which are not being manufactured here and we don't foresee it will happen. And more important is the volumes, the fluctuating what we have in India. The local manufacturing will not be able to manage for some time. And even if you go to Taiwan and Korea, they are expensive by 30%. Still, they are not capable to handle the fluctuating demand. That is one big challenge that we'll be depending on China for some more time to come. And on the other side, as a distributor, what we are doing today, we bring in, bridge the gap of the global suppliers' technical support to help customer to mature the product, build and make for India. We are engaging in supporting many startups and the independent design house in terms to get the bigger reach by sharing our industry established supply chain so that they can reach a bigger scale quickly and make for a mass market. Regional distributors have to gear up to provide the technical support to startups as well as OEMs. We at Electronica, we have invested our own design on our own design lab, and we are equipped to provide hardware and software support to customers. You asked me, what's the change I have seen in last 3 decades? We started as just a retailer, then moved to kitting and consolidation, followed by, based on industry demand, to a VMI supply to the entire automotive industry, especially two-wheeler. And now we have realized the demand of design and solution. So today our approach is to work right from POC, proof of concept stage, and be with the customer till the solution is ready. So that change we have adopted, and we are investing money. So that will keep us alive in the industry for definitely for some more years. Challenges, shall I cover up now? Little bit of challenge.
Sure.
Yeah. As expected earlier, market overall is not that much negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. Automotive sector demand is on a growth path from July onwards. In the month of November, two-wheeler industry has achieved a 2019 numbers. Today, in November, there was a production of 1.4 million two-wheelers. We see that this demand will go up for another, I think, next 6 months. The two-wheeler manufacturers have already given us 6-month schedule, and many four-wheeler manufacturers are giving us 1-year forecast. Demand is stabilizing even for 2021 Jan to March. Global Tier 1 are also forecasting visibility till June. Suppliers side raw material and fab are running to full capacity. Globally, nobody had increased the capacity. So lead times are going to be affected already, and more badly in coming quarters in 2021. With current lead time at 16 to 24 weeks of active and passive component devices, it's important to go for a schedule planning to secure allocation of 2021. Suppliers are already talking about NCNR orders, which Indian industry is not used to of. Prices will be based on allocation and also on profitability, which will lead to a price increase in coming months. That will be a bigger challenge. Global semiconductor market projected for 2021 is grown by 8.4%, and all other product categories also indication is on trend of growth. So there is equal opportunity available. Increased lead time is big challenge to meet the growing demand. Price increase in coming days will be a big challenge for industry to maintain end product cost. High air freight and increase in sea freight is cause of concern. Most disturbing for Indian industry is in delay in getting material by sea because of non-availability of vessels. There's a push from customers to procure to non-China product, but Taiwan and Korean manufacturers are not equipped to handle big volumes and fluctuating Indian industry demand. Also, Korean and Taiwan manufacturer cost is higher by 10 to 20%. So these are the immediate challenges what we face, and then we have many opportunities. Any question?
Yeah, I'll come to the opportunities a little later. But thank you. I think very practical what you mentioned. I think the scale that a lot of us in component manufacturing lack, and as you rightly said, especially the fluctuations, I think only China is able to do that. So a lot of us need to scale up. You're absolutely right. And your own journey, as you rightly mentioned, I think has been something that has inspired a lot of distributors. So good luck with that journey. Sampathji, coming to you now, I think Mr. Asija and previous panelists did talk about a little bit. What is the space for design-led manufacturing? And as Kane's, so besides your opening remarks, do let us know if you're also looking at that area a little more seriously.
You need to unmute. You're muted.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon to all the panelists and the attendees here. I think what needs to have been said has been already said, but I just like to refocus our attention to some of the things which affect the actual execution on ground. You see, basically, we've been hearing this million and billion story in electronics in India for quite some time. I've 30 years ago, I have met some of the retailers who are now distributors and so on. And we used to buy small quantities. Even today, we buy small quantities compared to the global scale. So what is the issue? I mean, I'll come to the design story a little later, maybe give me about 2 minutes. See, one of the fundamental things is that we are outguessing the consumer preference. So there is still a lot of marketing needs to be done. See, supply chain is a chain of supply from the consumer to the last manufacturer. So I think very less work has been done on the consumer preference study. So we said the moment some new innovation comes, we immediately say, oh, automated guided vehicles or autonomous vehicles or even EVs for that matter. I think all of us know that first electric vehicle was even done before the Daimler-Benz with the IC engine way back in 1990. But it never took off. So obviously there is a consumer preference and the trend has to be properly studied. Otherwise, all of us will lose money in the business. The second thing is the risk is unevenly shared by the hardware manufacturers fundamentally. See, the so-called, even at the expense of being a little rude, I would say so-called just-in-time is actually not just-in-time. It's just-in-time only for the last assembly line. Everybody else has huge tons of stocks and so on. And there is no ability to, I mean, when you're loaded with 1 ton of things and you say, okay, let's do tango, it's not possible. So I think the risk is unevenly shared. And so these are the two challenges. If you don't relieve these challenges, you continue to be a small player. When world talked about in millions, we were talking thousands. He's talking in billions, we talk in billions, and then I don't know, they're talking trillions and we'll be talking in billions. But we will still remain significantly small player in this industry. There's no lack of talent, there's no lack of self-esteem. We say that, okay, we are part of NASA and this and that and the other. But on-ground reality is that we are unable to take this risk and we are unable to even understand the consumer preference properly. That's one big challenge. It has to come from marketing. See, supply chain problems emanate from marketing. They don't emanate from supply chain. So, so that's one major issue. The second thing is quality system certifications and training of people. I find that to be a big gap here. You see, why China is ahead of us, not because of their political thing or nothing. It's not as if they are more capable. It is just that they are more disciplined. Those of us who visited Chinese factories will know that this is just a sheer noise level, the movement, nothing. It's all so low. So low. I mean, you would not even imagine that production is going on when actually visited China. Of course, if there are noisy operations, that will happen. The speed of operation is much, much better. They are disciplined. But what is a plus for us? We can understand things better and we have an independent mind. So somehow we have to make that work so that we can start doing the value-added stuff. So that is quality systems, certifications, training of people is going to be one of the biggest challenge because it's quite difficult. See, very quickly people can take away your good people. So some multinational sets up a factory nearby, immediately everybody goes there thinking that their salvation is coming. I have nothing against multinationals, by the way. All I'm saying is that you're not able to provide them with gainful occupation and a future succession plan, and progression plan and so on. So these things affect supply chain in a way in which we will have buyers who don't understand the subject. We will have all marketing people who don't understand how to gauge, and so it results in monetary loss to all of us. Now coming back to, of course, a lot of people can talk about challenges and all that. See, one of the things that we probably should do is the supply chain optimization. That is, across the supply chain, where is the problem? In pure competition, what happens? I have 5 suppliers. If 4 of them have trouble, I go to the 5th one. And that's not the correct method, but that's the method normally followed. So nobody is able to come out and tell you exactly that they've got these troubles and so on, because there is somebody else always ready to do. That's free market. But I think supply chain optimization, somebody has to look at a little at country level, I guess. All the stress, see, they have made a list of stress sectors. Automotive is listed there, but automotive component suppliers are not listed. So if I go to the bank and say, boss, give me some little additional funds, he says, no, you go and talk to this fellow, ask him to certify that you are actually stressed. Now, the whole problem is the people at a very high levels, they have not understood the whole concept of supply chain. When you say medical, either stress sector or priority sector, what about the supplier? They actually probably need more help than because the guy who is manufacturing, he will simply place orders and not take. Then what happens to the components and how do you fund it? So some of these things at a national level, supply chain has to be understood. We cannot just say that, okay, market demand will take place, there are more patients in India, so more ventilators will be made. It never works like that. Whether it's China, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Korea, whether it's Japan, there have been national agencies who have been mindful of the whole thing, and they were actually better than the private sector people in terms of understanding and enunciating policies and so on. I hope this government next somebody comes, recognizes the value of doing these kinds of things at a national level, other than just merely doing the basic bare bones stuff about, rectifying social laws and agrarian policy is important. But then what is more important is to look at the emerging challenges and treat the country as a supply chain. Then Make in India is possible. You don't treat country-wide supply chain. Make in India is only a thought. Okay, enough of cribbing. From the point of view of opportunity in design services, we need to invest. Now, it's not investment into materials, but investment to people. As you know, anybody who can write a good code, there are people who can take him away. Especially in those of us who have been fighting with this electronic design, you cannot find a hardware designer easily. You will have one fellow, maybe two fellow. You don't have people who can write drivers. Of course, those are all people who now exist only in Eastern Europe, I guess. Most of our people have migrated into the other IT sector and so on. So one of the opportunities that probably in this automotive sector is the IoT-based designs, which are definitely there. And each one of those, see, you cannot just take up design if you're not a product manufacturer. Then you're doing it again as a service and you'll get paid the hours, so many dollars per hour and multiplied by number of hours, and that also will be paid once you've completed the work. So the customer will never take any risk. You will have to take the risk, develop it. If it works, then he pays you. So I think in order for us to develop products, we need to have product OEMs inside the country. See, unfortunately, the way in which we have developed this, foreign companies who have developed products have come to India through JVs and we've been supplying to them, which is good. I think that's one part of the thing. But if you want to really encourage industries, then in areas where you probably don't have dominant partners, you should probably have product OEMs, small fellows who can actually develop products, and then you can write your own software and so on and so forth. In terms of services, especially in the design area, IoT, I did mention that IoT is a big area. A lot of sensor related things are there. So maybe there is a business in the cloud ops. See, we are doing a little bit of work in the area of remote device management. That's not directly automotive, but eventually all of this automotive work will all get, see, when you talk about smart city and all of that, so we are talking about machines which include automobiles working with each other and then broadly giving the consumer a better service and so on. So in cloud ops, I think if you start working in that area, there will be a lot of opportunities, and we are working in at least right now, not automotive cloud ops, but basically remote device for things like electricity grids and so on and so forth. And we don't know. See, this is like there's a saying in Hindi, we don't know who kiss covered by time. See, we can say that autonomous vehicles will come through, but in what format and what form we actually nobody has any idea. So, capacity develops. I will quickly go into the other areas.
Sorry, let me come back to you in the let me come back to you in the next round. I just wanted to get in the other speakers. Sorry about that. No, but some very practical on the ground realities that you touched upon, and very sanguine advice not to be blindsided just by the trends, whether they're autonomous vehicles or whatever. But each one needs to read the market for himself. So very good advice there. Thanks very much. The next set, actually, I want to do a set of questions, but we'll have to improvise based on the time that we have, which is another 20 minutes, I think is the max. What I suggest is that, so I'll do a multiple choice questions. I will throw 3 sets of questions. Pick and choose whichever you are more comfortable with. The only warning is don't pick all 3 because it'll take too long. So one is around opportunities. How do you as an individual company, what is your strategy in leveraging that opportunity? So not a full industry figure, but if you're doing something specific to the auto electronics and you want to share that, that would be a good time. If you don't want to do that for whatever reasons, do you have some advice for a lot of startups and young entrepreneurs in our audience? Would you like to point them in some direction where they can actually take away something to do after this panel discussion for their own good? So that's around opportunities. A second bit is about, which I think is very important to our discussion today. How do we not make the mistakes we made earlier? So the current flow of discussion that you see, all the challenges point in that direction, which means that I will choose to buy components from who I can get, depending if he has the scale or not. Then if he doesn't do it, then I'll go back to Taiwan or China or wherever. How can we change that? So do you have some advice as you know, the eminent panelists that you are, on how we can think differently this time. Can we form some groups? Can they be co-working groups with people like Elsina, for example? You know, can we involve the government in some way? Can we ensure that, for example, in the Atmanirbhar program, there is a certain amount of emphasis on local value addition, and some incentives for electric vehicles, for example, will only flow if those products are assembled in India, like batteries or motors or whatever. So any discussion around that, and I would combine the third one, which is around current policy of PLI and specs and stuff like that. Do you think that is adequate, or more needs to be done in that area? So let's put it as opportunities, and then this area of how do we look at the whole strategy. So Sriram, you want to go first? Let's go back in the same order. Pick any of them.
Okay. No,
about 2 minutes each, please. 2 minutes each.
Yeah, okay. No, very broadly, you know, on the opportunity side, of course, I've already thrown some numbers. There is going to be opportunity. I think the one that you also provoked me right at the beginning is the auto industry, auto component industry perspective. I think what is going to change for us in the electronic side of things is we have to become much more driven on cost. You know, the tighter the ship that you run, the better you're going to be. I think that's what auto industry demands, auto component industry demands. And they have, you know, like you mentioned at the beginning, opening remarks, they have perfected it over the last 25 years, you know, beautifully. And they know how to do that, how to squeeze the last thing out and how to make people run tight ships. I think that's something that we have to learn quickly. And for that, if we have to form clusters, if we have to work with startups, if we have to work with our component ecosystem, help develop that ecosystem, because I mean, I you know, seek apology of my component friends in the panel, but I think when we did the EMS task force, we talked quite extensively about price gouging that happens in India, you know, on components. I think that is something that will go away because the auto majors are not going to kind of sit around and really make you, you know, honest about everything. So are we ready for something like that? That's the tsunami that's going to hit us in the auto electronics segment. We have all been spoiled a little bit in the electronics industry. Either we go and do at you know, a value add of 3 to 5% and don't worry about the component, or we worry about, you know, there are other sets of people who cherry pick and do that. We can't do both now. I think you will be questioned on the BOM cost and the conversion cost, everything, you know. So how do we even make our lines? How do we even drive our people? How do we squeeze out the productivities? Maybe companies like Keynes are already doing it because they've been in the auto business, but we've also been spoiled, like I said, with the railways and the defense and all those other segments which are industrial electronics, which are a little more generous in giving us money. So I think that is the tsunami that's going to really hit us. So maybe I put a fourth point to what you said, but that's my quick comment on that.
Thanks. Talking of generous bottom lines, I think, Bala, you're the only one who can talk about it. So on this panel, let's hear from you.
No, I go to the other perspective that I have. You know, I strongly would say that since we are talking about how to promote electronics in the country, and the previous speakers in the earlier sessions have all said the government is very responsive, government is conducive, the policies are getting more and more conducive. I think for some time we should not touch upon that at all. We need to only touch upon what we as industry specialists, product specialists, application specialists can do to really promote electronics. This is my very strong view. When I say this, you also said that can there be some ideas that is given to the entrepreneurs there, you know? Once again, like Dr. Sriram, let me also apologize. I don't mean entrepreneurs are permanently MSMEs, but you see, the component industry historically in India has evolved and has revolved around MSMEs. And again, the previous speakers all spoke about scales. We have to have mega scale. We have to address the global customers. We are talking about addressing an 80 million market where we have a base of only 4 million. So we will have to, we can start as an MSME, but with a clear target that we will have to evolve into mega scales. Yeah. And then when we talk about it, what is it that we as industry need to do also is, this is one point I think in previous sessions also have mentioned, is that when we started getting into automotive sector very seriously about 20-25 years back, one of the fantastic lessons we had was, for an ECU to operate at 100 ppm level, my components have to be at parts per billion level, only then the components can evolve. So we will have to evolve into organizations which have capability for product design, which has capability for production technology, which has capability for process technology, which has capability for material technology, and then simulation techniques. So we will have to look far ahead if we have to get into this automotive sector, which is highly demanding on the quality aspect. Just on material technology, one of the fantastic learnings I had was, I was attending a session by one of our R&D gentlemen. This is quite some time back when we were really looking at solar, was that the semiconductor uses, I believe, silicon of purity 99.99999 level, and solar technology uses the silicon wafers in the solar cells uses 99.9999. That is the level of purity we are talking about. So we not only need, we may not have that kind of material available with us, but we need to have such knowledge for us to be really making components of that capability level, and then make components and then build systems. So I think for me, main thing is we will have to start graduating to mega levels immediately, because we cannot wait. We have to take a big leap. Second, we will have to take ourselves out of what government can do, because government is doing its bit to a great extent. They are responsive to our approaching them, and we need to build our capability in this industry. That's the best thing. And there, customer will start seeing value. And as a high priced, high cost organization, I can tell you that the moment we start giving value to the customer, we are really not killed by the L1. Of course, you have to be cost competitive, but there is a values that you can show to the market and really conquer the market. So we need to evolve into really a mature electronic manufacturer or component manufacturer at a very rapid speed, not more than 3 years' time.
Yeah, I think Sriram, you make some very, very important comments now, where you say, basically it's up to us as the component people to show that we are matured enough in terms of cost efficiencies, in terms of quality that you mentioned, and the fact that we understand the reliability requirements of auto. So I think, yeah, very, very important. Sirishji, let me come to you now.
Yeah, sure. So I'll take on specifically starting with what you asked in terms of where do we see the opportunities and growth. And obviously, as it is evident in India, especially the automotive market is definitely growing, and a lot more electronics are coming. And especially where we as Danlaw have been global, say, leaders in the aftermarket area on the connected solutions space, as in telematics and then the V2V, V2X, that kind of solutions, and also other automotive electronics in terms of the body control modules and so on. This has been a global play. Now in India, where we see huge opportunities in this niche space, where a lot more connectivity is growing, and that's where we are poised. We are doing our own in-house telematics, product development, product design, plus do the manufacturing within our own plant. As well as our plant, we also do the EMS for other automotive suppliers. So one of the advantages what we see is bringing our global expertise, and through a plant offering it to other, say, local OEMs, where they take us our EMS help. We are bringing in those processes, those learnings and so on, so that it can help. At the same time, when we are offering our EMS for other global bigger giants, so we learn from them in terms of how do we harden the things like that. Now, specifically coming to the design capabilities on these things is where I think it makes a lot of difference. So if you're a pure play EMS, you'll only follow what you've been asked to do. But if you're an all-round, say, product, having a product design, productization part of it, development part of it, plus manufacturing, plus you're owning the product, it gives a different dimension altogether in understanding the complete life cycle of the product and doing it much better. And Mr. Balakrishnan spoke about the PPM part of it at the component level, and then the reliability aspects of it. So that not only translates to the reliability of the components, but also your design elements, how do you taking care so that your product is much more robust and then reliable out in the field. Okay. So having said that, some gaps are obviously there in terms of with these complex products coming into the market. Now, there is one crucial element in the manufacturing is how do you enhance this test design capability? Because end of the day, your design says something I have designed for this, and your product has to meet for this. But once it comes out of the line or in line, how do you bring in these different interventions? So if it is, for example, telematics are connected, it has to work in the field to connect to a cell tower, transmit data. How do you bring those interventions within the line, through the line also you're seeing that this functionality is intact, nothing is breaking during the manufacturing process, right? So those things become very critical, understanding and involving the designers as well in the manufacturing capability there, so that your product reliability becomes much more higher on those parts. And second very critical aspect of it is now we are seeing a lot more surge of, say, the consumer electronics and the components being used in the automotive, whereas traditionally automotive has been very, very strong and closed on the automotive qualified components, right? And when we talk of the convenience electronics design and so on, a lot more consumer electronics is merging in terms of the mobile technology, in terms of the other things which are there. So how do you draw a balance in terms of the product life cycle and the reliability which is going on, so that the dependability on these products and the confidence that yes, we can also make with respect to global levels, these elements have to be reflected upon to further reinforce on these aspects, of course augmented with the necessary skills and then enhancing the skill factor of it, those aspects. So the new technologies, I would say, come with both with a pinch of salt, both with opportunities as well as these gaps which need to be filled in. I'm sure over a period of time will be there in these aspects.
Thank you. No, very, very helpful what you're saying. Great. Sunilji, to you, my question would be, what are the low-hanging fruits? Do you see an opportunity specifically that you can form a kind of a strategic understanding with some component makers, so that the import of those components can go down and their scale in India, because we hear this word scale very often, that you can give them an assured market and they're willing to invest in that, specifically from an automotive space. Do you see any scope like that?
Yeah, we see many global passive suppliers as well as semiconductor suppliers have already started investing in India. We see this in MLCC especially. There are 2-3 big suppliers are investing in India and putting up factories here. Already it's in process. Then we foresee in general application semiconductors. They have already started talking about putting up plants in India. These are the few opportunities that we'll have various factories shifting to India. Then coming to manufacturing sector, what we foresee is many global automotive manufacturers are putting up facility in India. And all these manufacturers are looking at a local supply chain, a local EMS partners, which will bring in a big opportunities for Indian suppliers, we as the distributors, as well as for the local manufacturers, if they can bring in some components in India. EV is opening up more verticals for automotive product like BMS, motor control, DC-DC charges, VCU, which are bringing more demand to the country. For BMS, even we have demand for 12 volt to 96 volt, and at Electronica we have developed complete solution. We provide EVK and support till completion of projects. So these are the few areas, if the distributors equip themselves, there are various opportunities which are coming up. Wireless connectivity on 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler will bring in more security and features to vehicles. Government initiative to mandate safety achievement like reverse parking, side stand, immobilizer is also a hope for industry. Demand increase in 2021. There is a big surge in EMS activity. Global automotive and consumer goods manufacturers are shifting base to India and preferring cost-effective domestic Indian EMS companies. Government ban on import of air conditioner, ODUs and IDU will give boost to a local manufacturing, and many tier 2 vendors will get benefited. In IoT connected appliances, aircon, Wi-Fi based stabilizers, LoRa based smart street lights, LoRa based bin collection for smart cities, smart metering and BLE printers. Consolidations of these segments and application will bring big opportunity for local distributors as well as local manufacturers. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Fantastic list. So all my marketing colleagues on components, I hope you've taken your notes. You can make a good presentation to your management. Some of the opportunities that Sunilji just highlighted are, I think, really real and out there. Mr. Sampath, the last word to you. before I look for questions here. You're on mute, I think, sir. Mr. Sampath, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the points have been, I think, made and very valid and with a great amount of probably study and understanding. Just a few additional points here. One of the things is that we probably in India, we still have to quote unquote suffer the old generation of technologies. We have to have two-wheelers, we have to have personal mobility vehicles, which are not really up there because our country's purchasing power has to improve. But then these numbers are sufficient. Actually, the whatever generation of technologies that we use, if we can make it affordable and make it into all prevalent, the numbers are probably more than the worldwide numbers altogether. So that's something that we must bear in mind. So two-wheelers, maybe the other thing that has happened is the whole thing about automotive industry. The investment required is not very high. So you require just a small space to build an electric vehicle, right? Because you will buy the battery, you will buy electronics, you will probably need it. So all you will require is some software engineers and so on. So it's no longer 500 acres of plant in some remote location and nobody can go and so on. So there is opportunity to build factories, many of them for doing, say, two-wheelers, e-cycles and so on and so forth. So those are all areas of demand, which certainly this is not required that some automotive company has to come and do.
Yeah.
It can be done by anybody who has got understanding, interest, and who can take a little bit of risk. So if you go the traditional way, then we have a lot of catch up to do. So that's my point. Our business, our market is different. So we have to go in a non-traditional way. So maybe all of us should probably put up a small two-wheeler factory and see what happens. So battery to operated two-wheeler. All you require is some, I don't know, 5,000 square feet of space, little more for this thing and so on. It's all possible now. You require some software. So we have to inculcate newer kind of people into the industry. So the people who can do software, application engineering, and all of that kind of thing. So that is one major area. The other area is that IoT is still yet not defined fully. So there are gaps. Whenever people come out with ideas, there are not many probably designers available to actually take the idea to its fruition. There are some broad ideas are there. So IoT is an area especially connected to mobility. I would now hesitate to call it automotive. It's mobility based. So it can be just a small thing, which helps you to just move from A to B within the factory and so on. All of it is all part of automotive today. And especially with the COVID and other things not going away anytime soon. So you will require a lot of personal mobility vehicles for sure, whether they like it or not. So I would still bet on this whole IoT understanding and creating some more depth within each of our organizations. And we have to become not just EMS companies because we don't have a corresponding ecosystem here. So we have to become EDMS companies. Actually, it's a name nomenclature given from 3-4 years ago. Everybody has to become an EDMS company. Otherwise, you really cannot survive here. See, the days of soldering and buying component and stocking and soldering, those are all not the value-added thing. So just summarizing 3 things. One is we have to look at Indian market and do things the Indian way. Develop products, if possible, you become a product OEM. I would say that in areas which are not looked in by the global fellows, it could be many personal mobility vehicles, to name a few. I mean, even kids use those single-wheeled movement things. They are like toys, but then that's an opportunity all of us have. And if you can make an affordable one, you can sell millions and millions of those pieces too in India. The second thing is we have to work and increase our depth in the IoT business and our understanding application, etc., etc. And this thing about, I still believe that at a national level, we must have an oversight on all these component prices, supplies, and all of that. You see, artificially, some prices are very high, making it impossible for you to actually even buy, and you are constantly kept at a lower end of the value chain not because you add less value, it's because just you don't have enough influence to actually change it. I've seen prices being X for one person and X by 4 for another person and so on. All these things, unless you look at it, you can't have a serious play.
Yeah.
And so that's all. These three 4 points are the ones which otherwise the other speakers have
That's right.
talked in.
Some excellent pointers. I just have time to take a couple of questions and then we'll close the session because we run really out of time. Raju, you got me a great panel, but I think an hour is really not enough. I think at least 90 minutes next time because there's so much wealth of information here. I would have loved to dig in, but okay, we will make do with what we have today. So I see the questions that on the chat box, a couple of them, I'll just read them out and feel free, one of us could answer them. One, Sripati wants to know what is the feasibility of completely pulling out of China for electronic components. Of course, he himself recognizes that SMDs and ICs are very difficult. Also that the world is moving towards EVs. So what will happen to the massive mechanical parts industry? While you say that, Sripati, Tata is making a massive investment in massive mechanical parts for mobile phones as we speak. But I will leave it for the panelists to answer. And there's one about SMD and IC fab industry requires very high investments. What is the support that the government is willing to give? We know that he's talking about a 65% that was given to a fab earlier. I quite frankly don't think it'll be 65%, but I will let somebody, maybe Sriram, you can answer that one. Yeah. So somebody wants to talk about pulling out of China. I think Sunilji did mention that while he's making efforts, but maybe you want to supplement that.
China is 100% if you say it's not possible. Well, even when we are thinking of buying parts out of China, so what we see again back end, the Chinese investors are investing in Vietnam and Philippines. End of the day, you are buying from a Chinese guy. It's one and the same thing. What we have to see an ecosystem where either parts are manufactured in India or we don't have choice, we buy the best, cheaper parts available. But it will take at least 3-4 years to come out of China fully.
Sure. Good. Okay. On mechanical, does somebody want to answer? Yes, Bala, I see you.
Yeah, I will only supplement on what Mr. Hasija said. See, it is like this. As I see it, the sentiment against the Chinese product is much higher in India. So we are waiting to, waiting for companies to pull out of China and come into India. But whereas when you look at other organizations from other parts of the world, which have their base, maybe their own organization or vendor base, they are not in such a great hurry because they know that will disrupt their whole manufacturing, their own supply chain, and also the cash flow cycle. Because just because there is a little risk, I cannot pull out my manufacturing facility from there, incur a huge cost, and relocate it to another country. So it's not going to be so easy. Yeah. Mr. Hasija is optimistic of 3 to 5 years. I would say it will be 10 years, provided we are all able to come up with such kind of scale and range.
That's right.
As I see it.
Yeah. No, you're right. China is much more a geopolitical issue. It's not a business issue right now. Yeah. And and everybody has to take a business decision at the end of the day. Having said that, yes, we are hoping that in 3 to 5 years, I think if we make the perfect start, something that China did 20 years ago, actually. So it's not that we are doing something, remarkable. We are really at least 2 decades behind. But the hope is that we at least start now. And our friends in the mobile industry are proving to a large extent that they're able to do it. And I think today's panel makes it amply clear that auto electronics is definitely another sector that subsector that we must look very, very carefully. The numbers are good. The talent that we have is great. The experience is here. And we do hope that in the auto space, the supply chain will be stacked up a little differently from other electronic subsectors that we have seen. I think
if China has started 20 years, if China started 20 years back, I think for us to catch up with them, we will have to think of 20 years ahead and run the race so that we are able to cover the deficit by our actions for electronics, especially.
Vinod, on the last question.
Yeah, let's go to the last round. Start with you, Sirish.
Yeah, on the mechanical parts, especially with EVs coming in, this is a misnomer, I would say, because what EV is primarily doing is changing the powertrain or the drivetrain from IC engine to the electric drivetrain. Rest of all, the vehicle body, everything has to be there. I mean, you cannot have a moving thing without all that. So I would say the hit on the mechanical industry will not be so much, but the difference what it will come, you'll see is, whereas today the mechanical parts and all those things are heavily reliant on the aftermarket and service kind of a basis. So that segment might get hit in terms of when the EVs come and start taking over. So that is one part. And second thing, overall as industry also, we spoke about many challenges and things like that. But one key observation what I want to share is in terms of still as an industry in terms of operation and things like that, we still have a lot more legacy systems in terms of demand supply, the supply chain, all those things. And digitalization is one key. If you look at the other industries, for example, e-commerce and all that, it has gone way ahead in terms of the things. I'm not talking of automation here, automation that will bring efficiencies, but how do you stitch the entire supply chain in terms of making sure demand forecast, your supply, and then the overall product cycle is end-to-end stitched together? I think that will make a lot of difference in terms of how we can leverage the efficiency. It will enable scaling up for us in a better way.
Yeah, as Jairamji, I think right at the beginning said that just in time is a misnomer. Everybody else is packing up inventories, only the last minute we're doing that.
Absolutely.
You're absolutely right.
I just have a brief comment on the mechanical part. Sorry, Sriram, I just wanted to say something about the mechanical part. You see, mechanical part, demand will go up if you start making full products. If you're going to be a services kind of a setup, then whenever somebody does not give you an order, you don't make. And I see that we actually lack the capability of mechanical products, plastics, good molding, good tooling. Everything we go to China, right? China or Taiwan, and then we get it from there. So I think it's also a misplaced apprehension that we have some huge capacities. We actually don't. Whether it's precision parts or whether it's plastic parts, molded parts, whether it is sheet metal parts. So I think there is a lot more can be done, provided we go into product technologies and start becoming product OEMs. Then pretty much all the mechanical parts can be done in India.
Just 30 seconds, Vinod, on the last question that you asked about fab, I think Joint Secretary gave a very pleasant surprise today that the government has already started to think about large investments that are needed for the fab. And I also saw a news article that was there in our WhatsApp group today that startups are being given a leg up on fabs. So I think that will come. I mean, eventually it has to happen. If it doesn't happen today, maybe 5 years from today, it will happen. And given that in the back end we have a lot of fabulous capabilities, embedded capabilities, I think there's a great chance for us. So I would like to end with that.
That's right.
Positive spin on the whole thing. Yeah.
Now there is good work happening on all three. I would say the ATMP, Mr. Manwani, who's going to moderate the next session, has made some inroads there, and many of you are investing in that area. The fabless, and then of course the fab being the big piece. So you're absolutely right. Okay, just last word, Sunalji, anything that you would like to say?
No, thank you.
Great. Bala?
No, I think it's been a very interesting session. As you rightly said, Raju should give us maybe a couple of hours for us to deliberate a little more and learn.
He picked the perfect speakers, but he didn't give us enough time. So with that, I'll close the session. Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, absolutely, chatting with all of you. And, I learned a great deal.
He selected the perfect speaker with the perfect moderator and chairman.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nice session. Good session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raju ji, and thank you, Vinod. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
All the best. Let's make this happen.
Thank you all.
I don't have anything to say except I'm sorry for the shortage of time, and thank you very much for your participation. One thing that Mr. Banmali said in the opening, in the inaugural, he said that we have to do what the Chinese have done in 10 or 15 years in only 2 years. So we don't have that much time, but possibly that is possible if we do not reinvent the wheel. So I mean I don't know whether that will stand true to the test of time, but I hope it does.
Sure.
With that, I would thank all of you very much, and look forward to the next session with you, and maybe a longer session over dinner. That would be much better.
Perfect. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raju ji.
Thank you very much. Tanmay, you can quickly play your promotional video, please. With that, I will thank all of you very much. Look forward to the next session with you, and maybe a longer session over dinner. Much better.
See you.
Thank you. Raju ji.
Very much. Tanmay, you can play your promotional video, please. Can we log in the speakers now? Tanmay? Can we log in the new speakers now?
Good afternoon, Manwani ji. Hi, everybody. Girish.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pankaj.
Hi, hi.
I must, start with an apology for the delay, sir. Very sorry. But I would only say that we have to look at the brighter side. The advantage we have is that there is no closing time. So we can speak and we can discuss for longer than what we actually planned for. Of course, if you all have the time, but I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm not being joking about it, but these things they just go out of hand. In fact, in the physical sessions, often they really go out of hand, and we can't control anything. In this, at least, there is some semblance of of discipline that people are following, so which is great. But sir, I am happy to say that all the sessions have been really excellent.
Yes.
And particularly the inaugural today was really wonderful, and there was such a lot of information that was shared, particularly by Mr. By Mr. Saurabh Gaud and also by Mr. Banmali and all the speakers, also Mr. Atul Lal and Sasi and everybody. So I will not delay anything now. I will welcome all the speakers. Mr. Brito Edward from Rome Semiconductors, Mr. Girish Kamala from Infineon, sir, welcome. Mr. Pankaj Gulati, Pankajji, thank you so much for joining. Welcome on the forum. And I will only say a few words about Mr. Manwani, though I think all of you know him already, but for the benefit of those who are participating as delegates, Mr. Manwani is the immediate past president of Elsina, and he is the chairman of Sahasra Group. He started as a professional, with his career in L&T, and then he moved to GE, and he was vice president of their factory automation and the president designate for GE Fano. After that, he has been an entrepreneur since 1991, and I think, sir, what Mr. Manwani, sir, what you have done is really something remarkable. I think what you've done as an entrepreneur, if maybe you had started another 5-10 years before, then by now you would have really gone global in a big way. So hats off to you, sir, for what you've achieved and for your semiconductor plant, which is now coming up in the Elsina cluster in Bhiwadi. So with those few words, I would hand over to you to please take the session forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raju. Thank you very much for those kind really deserve so much of praise. But thank you anyway. And I would also like Elsina and MMI Electronica for giving us this opportunity to share our views about the semiconductor industry. The semiconductor industry is definitely poised for growth. Last year, towards the end of last year, when we at Elsina, prepared the components report, we did a market research, and we found that the total market for semiconductors in the country is about $5 to $6 billion, the standalone semiconductor market, which is likely to grow up to almost 2x or 2.5x in the next 4 to 5 years. But if we look at the complete systems where semiconductors are used or are being imported as complete subsystems or products, then the market size is much bigger. Perhaps it'll go up to 40 to 50 billion dollars. So, to talk about emerging opportunities in this semiconductor manufacturing, definitely there is a huge opportunity which is emerging. However, this is going to be a long journey. It is not going to be easy, simply because there is a huge investment required in this industry. We have virtually no ecosystem in the country for semiconductor manufacturing. Of course, from if you look at the back end, that is, designing of semiconductors or whatever goes with the back end, designing for manufacturing, etc. We have some ecosystem, but we still have a long way to go. But the good news is that the segments which consume semiconductors are across the entire ESDM sector, and the segments which are heavily using the semiconductors, if I may take a minute to spell them out. It's really, as we all know, mobile phones uses a lot of semiconductors. Through the Digital India program that the government is really pushing, there will be tremendous usage of semiconductors in the IT and computer hardware sector. A lot of storage devices, memory storage, whether it is data centers or laptops or notebooks or other memory devices like SSDs, etc. They will require a lot of semiconductors. Similarly, there will be need in automotive electronics, the new emerging sectors like electric vehicles, and in general transportation sector would require semiconductors. Telecom is another segment which would definitely use a lot of integrated circuits and processors. Power electronics, and earlier somebody was talking about solar, where high quality of semiconductors are required. And last but not the least, IoT devices would require a lot of semiconductors. So, the opportunities for semiconductors is huge. But, if we have to set up semiconductor manufacturing in the country, we have to really think beyond just manufacturing a semiconductor. We have to look at design to device kind of an ecosystem. I don't want to talk about fab because that's a separate subject. The good news, as our earlier panel discussions, moderator Mr. Vinod Sharma said that the government is really thinking of having perhaps 2 to 3 fabs in the country across the spectrum, small size, large size fab. So that's good news. But even then, a fab is not going to come very quickly. It'll take a lot of deliberations because the government support would be required. So, apart from setting up fab setups, we have to, really look at semiconductor packaging. That is the downstream, who will use the wafers. So, those wafers have to be packaged. So there is a huge scope for semiconductor packaging that has to come about. But also, we have to look at not only designing the fabless design that's, earlier, that some of the people have talked in the earlier sessions, or even in the first session in the morning, but we would have to look at designing products and design-led manufacturing, which use the kind of semiconductor that are required specifically for the Indian applications and Indian industry. We would have to also look at, do we really have the necessary skill sets and skilled people for semiconductor manufacturing, or fabless designing, or developing products which would require semiconductors, both in terms of the firmware and
software that goes along with it. Similarly, we also have to look at our supply chain management systems. Are there adequate warehouses in the country for the raw material? Can you hear me, gentlemen?
Now, yes, it's off and on. You need to unmute your mic, Manwani sir. Please unmute your mic. Yeah, now good. Okay.
Okay,
Good
thank
to
you.
go.
Thank you for letting me know that. So I was talking about the supply chain management in terms of raw materials that are required for making semiconductors, apart from wafers, the other things that go into making a packaged device of semiconductors. At present, there's a total dominance, at least.
Mr. Manwani, may I interrupt, please?
Sure.
I believe that there are two devices on. Some of you might be having two devices on, like laptop and mobile both.
No.
That's why the echo is there.
No.
Not that I know of.
Me. Maybe Raju ji may just check Raju ji.
Mr. Goel is on mute. Because my voice is not getting echoed. Mr. Gulati, your voice
I
is
have only my laptop, which I'm using.
okay.
So nobody else has it.
But
Mr. Manwani, could you please try?
Yeah, can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, it is good now. Yeah, please carry on.
But I do tend to hear an echo after I speak, so I don't know where it's coming from.
Now it is okay. I believe some other device was on, or I don't know, but now there is no echo. You may please continue.
Okay, so as I was saying that currently this semiconductor industry is dominated by, if I say about 4 or 5 countries, including the US or in general North America. But besides that, in Asia, it's really Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and of course now China is making huge strides in the semiconductor industry. So the message is clear. We have to become a dominant player or a player at all. We have to look at play to scale. If we are not playing to scale, let's not play in this game at all. Because the success will lie only if we have large scale investments that come into semiconductor manufacturing. And of course, this will require high investments. We will also have to look at not only the ecosystem in terms of manufacturing, but also ecosystem in terms of equipment availability that is required for manufacturing semiconductors. We also have to look at test facilities, etc. Of course, the government has played its part, and it's as earlier in the day, Mr. Saurabh Gaur said that they continue to play their part. So the government has come out with this PLI schemes and spec scheme, etc., etc. So government is doing its part, but what we have to do is we have to come up front and start investing as companies, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, all the stakeholders who are involved in this business. We have to put our heads together and work together to grow this industry. So with these initial remarks, I would now give the mic to Mr. Pankaj Gulati. I'll briefly introduce him. Pankaj has been a very friend probably over 2 decades. He was the past president of Elsina. He is currently the executive VP of and COO of CDIL. He's an MTech from IIT Delhi, and he has almost 40 years of experience. So, and CDIL has been, one of the pioneers in semiconductor manufacturing. So, over to you, Pankaj. Let's hear from you, your views on the industry.
Thank you very much. I thank Raju ji, Elsina, MMI Group to give this opportunity to share something on semiconductors, which in current days is a word that everybody now is aware of. It's a glamour word. Yeah, okay, just to give you a brief, CDIL has been in manufacturing of semiconductors for almost 5 decades, 50 plus years. And we are currently doing some discrete semiconductors. And we started in '64. We had our own wafer fab in New Delhi since early '70s, ran it for more than 30 plus years. Then moved out for certain various reasons at that time, because it was not, the whole supply chain was not working out. Everything was difficult, but we ran it for 30 plus years, a discrete semiconductor wafer fab. Now, coming to the current situation, as of now, what the situation is that almost all the components are being imported. Let's face the fact, almost 37% of components are coming from China in the total imports of components. And I think in the TV, I'm told that 65% of comes from China in the bill of materials. All the open cells, PCBs, passives, memory, LED chips, everything comes from China. And the mobile phone manufacturing, that's really grown in the last 2 years. Almost 85% plus components are imported. So as of now, yes, the EMS industry is grown, the industry is growing under the Make in India program. But now probably with the Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to understand that we need to do something here, because all that is happening today is a very, I wouldn't say very, but it's a low value addition. And what will really give us the value addition is the components, which is whether semiconductors or the passives, and semiconductors adds the maximum value. Now, there are certain challenges since we've been doing it for so many years, we keep discussing this. It's a very heavy capital intensive industry. Everybody knows that. Manwani sir already briefed you on that. It is. But the challenges that we currently face is, India is a very high variety, low volume market. There's a lot of variety, but each item is a very, very low volume. So in this high variety, low volume market, the manufacturers are a little scared what should they get into, because semiconductor line is assembly line. Now, I'm not talking about the fab, I'll discuss that later. But the semiconductor line is a dedicated line. The molds are dedicated, the packages are, the only thing that we can change is the dice to make a new device. But with this low volume, it is not very economical. Then of course, there are severe infrastructure problems, the bottlenecks. The power itself is now reduced as a bottleneck, but freight bottlenecks and other bottlenecks in the TL ecosystem, all this adds to the cost of manufacturing. Skill development as of now is an issue. Moment more plants start coming up, we will have shortage of people who are trained for semiconductors. So what we have to do is we have to bring in raw, and 6 months to 1 year it takes us to give them training on the semiconductor, which means explaining them the bonding, wire bonding, all those issues. So keeping all these challenges in mind, we still have to go ahead. That's what we did. And when we started the plant in '64, no semiconductors in India, but we went ahead. So we still have to go ahead. The mindset of people has to change from assembling mindset to a manufacturing mindset. So currently, all we do is assembly. We must change it to a manufacturing mindset. That's what I said. Make in India should now change to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, coming back to Manwani sir, what he said, semiconductors is split into 2 sections. I think I have very learned panel with me, so they probably will be able to also explain it better than me. So semiconductors is split into 2, wafer fab and the assembly lines. A fab requires, I would say, about 3 to 5 billion, depending on the technology. Assembly lines typically may need about 2 to 4 million. So I don't think at this point of time, I mean, it's my personal view and opinion, I would not push for the fab, because as Manwani ji said, what do you do with the fab? You bring the fab out here, you make those wafers, and then do what? You can't send them back to Vietnam or Indonesia or Malaysia or China for assembly. So let the fab be a pull model rather than be a push model. Even if the government pushes, it'll come, but it'll not be economical. So if you look at it economic wise, the fab may not work out, but if the government is going to support, subsidize, possibly yes. But in commercial sense, fab will only make sense provided it's a pull model where the assembly lines are first set up and demand goes so high that the fab team finds that they must manufacture in India to feed these assembly lines. Now, again, the problem comes in terms of variety, volume. All this is an issue. So what we should be doing is that designing should start in India. moment we start some designing in India, the demand, we will probably design some components which are made in India, look at those designings or which have a potential to be made in India. All those areas, if we start working on, then possibly the assembly lines will start churning out. And at the same time, the fabs will start coming in. Now I'm talking of a frame of roughly 5 to 7 years. Nothing going to happen in this. But what can quickly happen, what I feel is a low-hanging fruit is that the assembly lines, which is what we call, whether it's called ATMP or OSAT or assembly lines for semiconductors, is something that can start moving in relatively quickly. We have the PLI schemes, we have the specs, and under the specs, the last S is specifically dedicated to semiconductors. So keeping that in view, and let me share with the audience and the panel members. Currently, there are many companies outside India who have started discussing this. But at the moment, they're sitting on the fence, they're discussing, they're meeting, they want to move in, they're seeing a market, but with the low volume, they're not very sure. But somewhere down the line, they will move in. That's what is happening. As a company, CDIL, we are also discussing, and I presume many other companies are discussing in semiconductors. So the issue coming back to is that what happened, I mean, I'm not going to go into the history, but all this happened when there were 12 companies when I started my career in semiconductors in 80s. And today they are down to hardly maybe 1 or 2. Even Bharat Electronics had to move out because of, main reason was the ITA 1 that the government signed sometime and became effective in 1997 around that time. So the zero duty, and we were not prepared, the plants were not prepared. Fortunately, CDIL was slightly better because we were exporting our components in 90s. Since 90s, in fact, we exported day one when we started production, there was no demand. But since 90s, we've been aggressively exporting even more than 50% of our production. So we were fortunately well prepared when the domestic market went down, we went up. So now the reason I'm giving this as an example is that we should not look at assembly lines or any of the semiconductors for India. We should look at it as a base to manufacture semiconductors for India and for exports. And there's a huge demand of exports sitting outside. So what the companies here now need to do is tie up with the technology partner who wants to do some assembly in India, look at India market, add to it the export market of Europe, US, other countries, and then work out a complete package. And I think this is happening. So coming back to Manwani sir, I think what I see is that as an EMS, we are growing. We have grown in the last 2 years. So EMS growth will in a way fuel and propel the component demands. And moment it fuels and propels and we need to higher value additions, semiconductors will be pulled in. It's an exciting next 4 to 5 years. I keep telling in every meeting. I mean, I've worked 40 years. I wish I had only worked 10 years and this would have happened that time. It would be a very exciting period for the next 10 to 15 years. And I think the government is supportive. Industry is looking forward to exciting growth. And I believe it's got to happen. Thank you, Manwani sir. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj. Great to hear from you. And it's, it was, I did not realize that CDIL started semiconductors 50 years ago. So, you've truly been pioneers, and 30 years that you ran the fab factory also. So you have immense, knowledge, experience. So you should be the, torchbearer now for, other companies. And, some of the remarks that you made were, very true. We have to, look at exports, have technology partnerships or joint venture financial partnerships or whatever, so that we can not only look at the India market, but for the export market. Thank you very much, Pankaj. And let me move over to Mr. Girish Kamala. He's the Director and Country Head Automotive Assembly at Infineon Technologies. He's based in Bangalore. And he also has a huge experience of about 25 years behind him. He's an MBA from Michigan State University, and he has an MS from Texas University. He's a mechanical engineer by qualification, and people like him who have come back to India to kind of develop the ecosystem for India manufacturing. I wish we had many more people like him coming back. The Indian diaspora, would have to help India grow. So over to you, Girish ji. Let's hear from you your thoughts on what can be done to improve the ecosystem and the semiconductor market in India.
Thank you, Manmohanji. Thank you for the nice introduction. And I think Pankaj ji did cover a lot of the topics that, we were going to talk about, especially. And, we heard a lot of speakers in the other sessions to speak about this, saying semicon manufacturing is, by all means, a very high value game or a high volume game too. And the value to weight ratio is very high. You can stack in millions of parts into one pallet, and most of the parts that get shipped today are by air. There's very little you need to do in order to move parts from A to B. And you've seen also with all of our fabs and manufacturing plants that materials move around pretty quickly. They're all flown. Very rare cases that you see them actually on the water. And yes, so basically for semiconductors, and like Pankaj ji, you also said that you're not looking at just the Indian market. You need to look at a global market, because the investments that you have to do in order to have a semiconductor, I'm not even talking of fabs. Let's just even talk of backends. The investments for that are also pretty high. And fabs are again a different point. Even if you look globally, there's just a very few players who actually have their own fabs. Mainly all on the front end. Most of the players basically are on the back end. If you look at the front ends, for example, that make the wafers, could be like TSMC, Intel, Samsung, Infineon is one of the players. But if you look at a lot of the global players in the market are also fabless semiconductor manufacturers, and they've been pretty successful. So it's not always necessary that it has to be, you have to have a fab. And like Manmohanji, you said that backend is also very critical. And this is something that India as a country needs to get into. Not just talking about, the Chinese dependence, but if you look at, it's also very important that as a country, we actually develop key technology. Could be for our own security reasons, also basically to reduce dependence on others. And because it's very important is, we have development capabilities here today. A lot of the big global companies have their tech centers. So the design, the layout of these semiconductors are being done, but very necessarily is manufacturing. And one thing I was just talking to a lot of my guys in terms of, how have other countries been successful? Let's, for example, take, an example of Malaysia. Malaysia is very similar in terms of ethnicity compared to India, very multi-ethnic. It's very similar to India. And they started off on similar lines that India did, start the box building, which is mainly looking at building setup boxes. If you remember when we were young, we saw this 2-in-1 radios. These were all built in Malaysia. And over time, they started doing a lot of the value add activities. For example, they then stepped over to manufacturing PCBs. And being a developing country, the environmental concerns a lot of the other countries didn't want to do. So that was something that they were able to do. And then they slowly envisioned and got into what was manufacturing of in the back end as basically the chip packaging. And this whole period, which we could see took about almost 20 years for them to actually get in, from when they started to just make the boxes to when they actually were able to get into the back end. And in the last 15 years, they've been able to, start the front end where they actually have the wafer manufacturing. So maybe around, and I can remember Infineon actually invested and started the fab there in about 2005. And today they are one of, for us, one of the largest manufacturing hubs in the Asian region. So, what are the things that Malaysia did that they were able to pull off that definitely we have in ourselves in India to be able to also do? One of the things was, the consistency and persistence of government policy. They wanted to do it. and they went about it in a very systematic way for them to be able to work and get to the location where they are. Other thing, what we have seen with a lot of our Malaysian colleagues and the workforce is they have a very, very cooperative workforce. For example, what we also saw was, they are, Malaysia is again, as all of us know, is a Muslim-dominated country, and we saw that a lot of them today even are willing to forego the 5 times namaz in a lot of cases to be able to help support. And this flexibility in the workforce is also very critical and important for us to be able to succeed. Other important thing we can see is, look at, for example, in Malaysia, it's not just the Malaysian government. Expectation from, I heard a few of the other speakers is, what can the government do for us? It's not what the government can do, but all the investments that have actually gone into Malaysia are all from outside. What did the Malaysian government help? They helped in providing the infrastructure, the security. And one of the things that I know, especially with when we set up the fab, what they did was the Malaysian government actually sent 600 people to Germany to work in our plants to learn about the whole process, to help develop the ecosystem at their cost. And this was something they wanted to do, because if you look at Malaysia, other than some of the manufacturing, which is for the global players coming in, there's really not a lot of their local economy. Yes, one of the things for them is they're close to Singapore, and the other side close to, very well connected in terms of connectivity, in terms of flights. And what they've also done is provided a lot of, because wafers are also not only high technology, but also something that is very subject to a high amount of pilferage. So that is something that they've also done, is provided extensive security. And what I see, for example, in India, a very similar picture, because with our population size and the consumer mindset that we are seeing amongst our people, there is going to be not only a very high value of domestic consumption, but also essentially in terms of opportunities for export, which we will have to do. And very importantly, what I would say is maybe start small, look at the back end, look at some of the, find a few commodities, because they don't always have to be the high-end niche projects. We don't have to go in for the, sub 10 nanometer components. We can look at products that we can do, commodities where the investment is not very high. And in terms of ecosystem, like Pankaj also mentioned, where we're going to get people who are trained, who are able to run these machines, who are able to root cause in case we have any issues with these machines. And these are something that we will slowly build up. I think we're doing a pretty good job in terms of, the EMSs, where we have started to assemble components. We're already doing a lot of value-added activity. And this would then further be enhanced by us going into, the next step. And you're very right, yeah. Is fab our ultimate? Yeah, fab definitely is our ultimate goal or an ultimate dream. But I think we go stepwise, start with the back end, and then definitely we will get there to the fab. And we have the right people. If you look at all the big companies, who are the guys developing the designs, running these, all Indians. You go to an Intel, go to a Qualcomm, Broadcom, anywhere in the world. And definitely, we have the right people, we have the right mindset. We just need to, bring them to one place where we'll be able to succeed. Yeah. So I think we see a very bright future, and 5, 7, next 10 years are going to be very exciting in the area of semiconductors. Yeah. Thank you. Over to you, Manmaniji.
Thank you, Giriji. Very enlightening. And what you said, absolutely correct. Whether it was in terms of security reasons or some specific commodities that are more in demand in India, we should look at those and focus on those reasons for us to get into semiconductor manufacturing. You also touched about Malaysia. This is a very interesting comparison that you made. Similar sort of background, although they are Muslim dominated, India is Hindu dominated, but the cultural similarities, the diversity, etc., being similar. So why have we not been able to attract semiconductor manufacturing as much as other countries have had. That's a food for thought. Let me also now invite Mr. Brito Victor to give his thoughts. Just to briefly introduce him, he's currently the managing director of Rome Semiconductor India Private Limited. Rome, as you all may know, is a Japanese company. Brito has been in Japan for almost 12 years, so he's yet another example, like Mr. Giriji, Indian diaspora, they have gone and conquered everywhere else in the world. Why can't they come back to India and, do the same thing for our country? And hopefully, we'll have many more people like that come. But let me give the mic to Mr. Brito Victor. Over to you, Brito.
Thanks, Mr. Manwani. So, both Mr. Pankaj and Mr. Girish covered almost all the things that I wanted to say. So, I'll just take some of the pointers from there and explain from there on. One of the key things Mr. Pankaj mentioned was India is a high variety, low volume market. So this is one of the key problems for any semiconductor company here, because semiconductor is a high volume, low variety market, as he himself mentioned as an example. Now, one of the key things that we as a country need to do is, how can we achieve this? He himself gave an idea that no, the only way we can achieve this is look beyond India, like just not do for India. We need to think of something from India. And he also mentioned in his speech that this market, or whatever the activities that we are trying to do, should not be a push but a pull. These two things, I think, if we put together, forms the answer to all the problems that we are facing. Where comes the pull? The pull comes from the market. So if the pull needs to come from the market, then I will take Mr. Girish's point, like when he says we need to have the right technology. See, most of the times we go to the superstore and buy a Bosch washing machine or like a Samsung refrigerator. But if only we know about our Indian market and we create products that is very specific to India, which would create the pull. And taking back to Girish's point that how Malaysia came up, it did not start the semiconductor manufacturing just like that. Again, a pull came from the time that they were making the two-in-ones to the times that they slowly went into manufacturing. Like Girish's company, our company invested in Malaysia 30 years ago. But the idea was because Sony and the Panasonics were there, and there was all it made business sense for us to go there and set up the fab. So we went there and set up the fab. It was not the other way around. Malaysia did not invite us to set up the fab there. So the thing is, it is again a pull. It was not a push from the Malaysian government. What Girish's point mentions was the Malaysian government enabled an ecosystem for the investors to come in and do it by sending 600 people or like having a cooperative workforce. Like basically they created an ecosystem for the people to come and set up the shop there. So like the theme with which we are entering Electronica 2020 is design in India. With all the things that Pankaj and Girish mentioned, along with what Mr. Manwani, you also mentioned, is these are the answers to the problems. We are not thinking that the answer to the problem is set up a fab. The answer to a problem is set up an assembly line. No, the answer to the problem is create an India-specific pull that can be sold to the world. This is the starting point, and this is what that we are trying to do in Rome, India, Mr. Manwani.
Yeah, I mean, well said. We have to look at demand as the pull factor if we have to grow in semiconductors. But let me go back to Girish for a moment here. What I would like to say is definitely, as Pankaj and I think all three of you said, that we have to look at a larger market of exports, etc. But what is your perspective, whether it is Infineon perspective or any other company, if India truly started to package? Initially, we can't think of fab, at least not the next 3-4 years. But let's say there was an adequate ecosystem developed over the next 3-4 years for a packaging industry, semiconductor packaging industry. Do you think the likes of Infineons or Rome or other companies would they consider India as a manufacturing hub for exporting semiconductors from India? What are your thoughts on it, Girishji?
Manmaniji, definitely that is something, an option, which is always on the table for discussion. Yeah, because first of all, if you look at all the companies coming in, which is a very positive. For example, look at Foxconn setting up, Tata just announced them setting up huge plans to cater to, for example, mobile phones. One of the biggest segments, for example, is also appliances in India, be it domestic appliances or, TVs. So there's definitely an opportunity here where you are able to, and like you very rightly said, make products where there is going to be, and as also Mr. Brito said about, more a pull for products which are required for these devices, which is definitely something a start. Is automotive industry always a start for it? Probably no, because if you look at, who controls, the designs in, the electronic designs in an automotive or in an automobile, be it a two-wheeler or a car, it's mainly the tier ones, and either the global tier ones or local tier ones, and these are the ones. Each of them have their own affiliations. They have their own development process. Where, for example, one is using a Rome product, an Infineon product, or any of the other competitive products, and also a lot of these, some of these are commodities which are pin compatible that could be replaced, and these are some products where definitely we can look at to manufacture. And why I say this, for example, we all talked about China, right? If you look at China today, almost 80% of the electronic semiconductor components are imported in China. They don't make all of it. Okay, and essentially, this is where there is an opportunity where, even though whether it's for the local consumption or for export of products, it's essentially what it is. So yes, definitely this is something a lot of the players are looking at, but is that a decision made? No, because there's a lot of things that have to come together before an enablement makes people the confidence to come in, because the market is there. The change in the perspective of the Indian consumer becoming willing to spend more money to buy new technologies, new products is definitely there. Yes, it's still a very value conscious products, but having the right products to address this segment, definitely.
Very good. Pankaj, let me come back to you. You did mention about high mix, low volume, and as Girishji was saying that, perhaps, we don't have to do all. We have to look at some select products. And, that brings, a thought in my mind is, let's say we target some specific products like energy meters or like set-top boxes or like electric vehicles where you require power semiconductors. So if we were to focus there, the volumes are going to be definitely large in the country itself, and of course that will also help us to go overseas. So if we were to pick up those selected products or product lines, do you think that would give us adequate market to begin with, particularly in let's say power semiconductors?
You are very right, Manwaniji. That is exactly what the companies who are currently doing are looking at, because as a semiconductor manufacturing, we need to have a DC level. A DC level will load a line to a certain extent, and then the AC level can give it the lead, taking the capacity to 80% loading or 85% or 75%. But you definitely need a DC level for running the line. You can't shut it off a cement line today and run it tomorrow. That's not going to happen. So you are right. These are the three segments. In fact, energy meter, EV, and the third one that you just named, these are the three segments that everybody is looking at today. LED was one couple of years back, but LED, the way the prices have gone on LED, I think most of the guys have now got scared and they moved out of it. But yes, these three segments, even we are as a company looking at it, and we've also filed under specs some expansion plan, keeping in view these three segments that you just mentioned. Just for your reference, you probably everybody here would know, on an EV in a controller, there are about 24 or 48 or minimum 12 to 24 to 48 MOSFETs that go into it. Now, MOSFETs are not ICs; they're discretes. As far as I'm concerned, MOSFET is a discrete package, discrete device. So if you are able to consolidate all that and try and see which MOSFET goes there. Today, the problem is somebody buys MOSFET from a company A, from B to C, and there are certain changes in typical specifications. So everything doesn't match. We have to consolidate all that. That's where the design team has got to work with the customer. Okay, you do this, it'll match this. If you do this, make a little change, it'll match here. So our design teams are already working with some of these companies to see that how we can make a standardization in a way wherein a component given works. That will give us the base volume, and then we add on to it later on. So this, what you have rightly found out, these are 3-4 segments which we build on, do a DC sale, and then add on to the export markets thereon. Because in export market, there's one problem. You can't sell something unless you have a product. You can't go and say, okay, I'm going to put up a line and you buy from me. They'll say, okay, where is it? Can you show it to me? They'll come for audits. They'll take samples, and you can do nothing about it. So we have to do a homework on the DC level, supply to the domestic market, have the line, supply to the domestic market, and then build the export market. Perfectly okay. That's the way to go for the Indian companies. I hope I've been able to answer your question. That's what you wanted to know.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you hit the nail on the head. The third product I was talking about, I meant was set-top boxes. But, there are other products where, we are looking at which are India specific. One of the other product that comes to my mind is, solar related, because there's a lot of, India is considered solar capital of the world. So, if there were solar products which required semiconductors, there would be a huge demand for that. Let me, ask a question of Mr. Brito Victor. Absolutely, you said that, demand is the greatest pull factor. And, considering the fact that, the government has, emphasized on digital India. So digital India would, throw up lots of opportunities in the, product chain that is required for digital India, whether it's networking products, whether it's 5G, whether it's memory products, and so on and so forth. So, do you think the government of India is doing adequate in terms of taking on the initiatives to make the semiconductor industry viable in the country?
Oh, sorry, is this question for me, Mr. Manwani? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I'm very poor in the area that you mentioned, but I'll try to answer a question because I was in a group called the WISEN, the Smart Utility Network. So, one of the key companies that runs this whole thing, like the WISEN, is Silver Spring, which is an Indian company. Run by some of the Indians based out of US. Now, the thing is, I want to answer a very key question here, because in the last discussion also, and even in this discussion also, somehow I get a feeling that we are more anxious about setting up the component, basically the semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. What is the shortest path to it is something that I'm getting a feeling that we are really anxious. But when I went to Japan, one key strategy that I learned from them is the weakling strategy. It's also called the Manchester strategy, wherein how do we think from the weaker person perspective? Let's say, China has taken a lead. Now, as Mr. Girish mentioned, 80% of their products are being imported, but they are adding a value on top of that and they are able to sell. Now, we shall not try to replicate the same thing and try to take the enemy head on. But as Mr. Pankaj mentioned, let's say, for example, if there are 12 MOSFETs, can we buy or can we make somebody make the cheapest 12 MOSFETs around, but add a value on top of it to make the best EV ECU that we can use for it? This would be the key to success. How can we add value with something that is already available? Let's say if China is best, let us accept it. Boss, you are the best, but give me the cheapest price. Don't give me a price, give a different price to Taiwan, different price to me. Give me the cheapest price and ensure that we add value on top of it, and then we sell to the world. For example, the Indian two-wheeler is very, very different from the Chinese two-wheeler. It's just a glorified bicycle in China. I'm sorry for not taking your answer, but I'll come to that point too. Like the thing is, when we are taking this up, we need to think from a weakling strategy perspective, because even me running operations in India is a weakling strategy. We have 60 people here. A very, very small percentage of the revenue, the CEO calls me and tells me it's a low impact market. It's a reality. It's a reality I need to accept, but we need to show the value. How do I show the value from the weakling perspective is something that we need to be always thinking. Let's take the case, like one thing that Mr. Girish told is like we are somehow, as like when it comes to the country, we are somehow thinking of some of the niche market or some of the market which we think that is best, like automotive. We sell automotive. But as Mr. Girish mentioned, no, the automotive market is not so great in India because the technology leaders, Germany and Japan, and the market leader now is China and US and everywhere. But where is Indian market growing? The growth market is in the two-wheelers, is in the appliance. So the thing is, like, we need to create the pull, like in these markets. And when it comes to the 5G, when it comes to the wireless, when it comes to the IoT, I like basically think like Rome as a company, like I'm giving it out, like is we want to invest in creating modules in India. Okay. We don't want to create the semiconductors in India. Let's take, we can buy the semiconductor from Nordic or somebody else, but we want to create the modules. How can we add value on top of it? And like I cannot name, some of the EMS in India are doing a very, very good job sitting here in Bangalore. They are making modules and selling to the world. It's just that now it is time to go back to Pankaj's idea of how do they find the pull outside India. So like the thing is, what, like this is my perception, personal perception is, like instead of we trying to recreate something where the others are strong, like taking them head on, we need to be able to get that in. The 12 MOSFETs, maybe $50 per MOSFET is $6, but the engine ECU is about $100. How do we get that $100? Is something that we should be thinking, is what I think, Mr. Manmani. That's
Thank you. Let me ask the same question about government role. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Manwani sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, Pankaj, I was going to ask you the same question about the government involvement. The government has of late been, for the past 3-4 years has been very, very proactive supporting the electronic manufacturing. Do you think that these will, these are enough steps that the government has taken, or do you think the industry needs more support, either in terms of not only policy formulation, but also in terms of policy implementation, if you will? What are your thoughts? How can government do more to promote semiconductor manufacturing?
Thank you, Manwani ji. I'll go back to what Girish ji said. Firstly is the stability on the policy. If you see what he said about Malaysian government, they had a stable policy. So we need a long-term policy like we had the NPE 2.0. We need to now start implementing. It should be stable. That's number one. Number two, definitely PLI and specs have given a boost, have given a fillip to the market. But for components, we cannot have a PLI for 1:4 or 1:6. It's a very heavy capital intensive. You invest $5 million, you can't expect to get 30 into it. It's not possible. The components don't give us that. It's a long gestation period, long payback time for semiconductors in components. So basically the government needs to look at it in terms of components where it gives a lesser 1:1 or 1:2 or 1:1.5. So something like that. Secondly, this in China, if you look at it, I'm not going back to China, although Brito said we shouldn't follow. No, I'm not following that model, but I'm just looking at it since I've been there a couple of times. This industry of semiconductors, now I'm talking of not the Infineons or not the Siemens. I'm talking of the mid-level where the MOSFETs are being made, where we are competing. Those are MSME companies. So government has to encourage MSMEs heavily to come into assembly lines, heavily. You know, today, if I have to make a semiconductor, my lead frame is imported, my molding compound is imported, including my bonding wire is imported. What is there in India? Some of my chemicals are imported because there is no large base of manufacturers. So what the government needs to do is encourage MSMEs in large numbers to come into it. So bring out schemes for MSME, which not one, but 20 of them come up. Moment 20, 25 of them come up, the lead frame guys will get alert. Oh my God, India's got 20 assembly lines on the discrete package or XYZ packages. Let me take the stamping lines into India to manufacture lead frame. The molding guy compound will start looking at it. Oh, it's growing. The growth is there. So this is what is important, that there should be mushroom of companies doing semiconductors, even though small, no problem. Let them do it. Let them come with a 25 crore, 50 crore investment. Encourage them, MSMEs, to come into it. Moment they have multiple MSMEs, the ecosystem will start building up automatically. And then the whole thing will go into a snowball effect. That's what my opinion is. And I think the government should look into that rather than having 100 crores, 200 crores investment. Yes, definitely that's needed, like Tata's and but big companies, definitely you need an anchor guy. But at the same time, you do need small companies to bring in and pull in the ecosystem. My opinion, sir.
Yeah, Pankaj, you are spot on both the points. One is that PLI, the thresholds are very high, and secondly, the MSME sector needs to be promoted. But taking a cue from this MSME, I would like to quickly ask a question of Girishji. Girishji, what we have witnessed is that there are very large companies, including some of the semiconductor companies like Micron or WD or Infineon, of course, and many others who have set up tech centers here, and they're doing a lot of designing. Do you think that should also permeate a little more to smaller players, Indian companies who do, designing for India-specific market products and the product individual components, so that that will be truly Indian design, and that will kind of increase the or widen the ecosystem, and therefore it will be beneficial to the semiconductor industry in India. Your thoughts, please.
Definitely, Manmaniji, I think, and some of that is actually already happening, because if you look today, even though there are these large companies setting up tech centers, some of the work from these tech centers is also going over to some of the smaller entities or MSMEs. And these guys are also doing a lot of value-added activity, be it supporting in terms of designs, supporting in terms of creating the framework and development. So these companies can actually, and like Pankajji said, definitely encourage. You don't need, an Infineon, Intel, or Rome to set up, a 5,000 people, 10,000 people. Those are already there. But they also require certain activities which are going to be supported by the smaller companies. And supporting these smaller companies, the government can definitely help encourage, because the creativity is definitely there. And today what they're doing is a lot of the piecework that is given out by the bigger companies, and they have over the time acquired knowledge about how to design a chip, what are the things that go into design for manufacturability of a chip. And these are things that have actually they have learned over time working for these larger corporations. And with the encouragement of the government, they can definitely develop products that are more focused towards the need in India. Because today, the big global guys, and again, I admit we are one of them, we are looking at developing products for the larger world market where there's a bigger demand. Definitely not focused on, developing specific products for countries like India, unless there's a big demand for something. And, maybe it's a flasher, or for example, a requirement for a two-wheeler application. Definitely. We are not developing products for India for, say, ADAS or V2C, or automated driving, or any of these applications. So this is definitely there, and I think this is happening, but with encouragement from the government and also entities like Elsina will, I think, help this go a long way.
Thank you very much, Girishji. A quick question to Brito again. With the COVID situation, and that has changed a lot of things, including it has forced to think India, to be less import dependent. We have to have our own manufacturing through self-reliance, or Atmanirbharta as we call it. Also the geopolitical developments that have taken place. Do you think that this will have a long-term impact on the Indian semiconductor industry, or do you think that we cannot ignore the China-Taiwan competition that will, or Korean competition that will always remain there, and whatever the geopolitical situation is, that there's so much of manufacturing, electronic manufacturing in China, we will continue to be dependent for imports for a long time to come. What are your thoughts on it? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. I really don't see the link between COVID and the Indian semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem booming. But I will tell you some example, which is a broader meaning to it, that I personally saw. So during the peak of COVID, there is this company in Mysore which made a design for low-cost design for the ventilator. Okay. And in fact, the government of India sent a special aircraft to pick up the components for this company, and BEL made 50,000 units of it. And when I went there, I just went through the whole process of how they were able to put this together. They worked with some of the EMS in that area. EMS manufacturers were in that area. They had some of the the distribution that was working from Bangalore, supporting them. So everybody had worked together as an ecosystem and brought together a product in a very, very short time, or in a record time. So what I felt was, when me and my wife decided to move back to India, the main idea was, in Japan, you would see that there is this huge, our company is a $3.6 billion company, but it's not very huge. It may be even smaller than the tech park that we are in, 900 engineers work there. So that's how it is. But if you see small companies, as Mr. Pankaj mentioned, will be supplying wires, will be supplying some component or the other. So every 1 in 4 house would be a small company with 3-4 employees making about 3-4 million. That's how even we were living in a very remote place in Japan called Kyoto. It's not remote, but it's as good as nothing is there. But then you have small companies making a chemical, selling it to Rome, selling it to some other company. So, and Rome would be selling it to Nidec, Nidec would be selling it to, let's say, Panasonic. So this ecosystem we could see, and we wanted to recreate it here. And when I went to Mysore, I saw that. So this crisis has definitely brought some of these people together, that is for sure. But is this going to be a permanent phenomenon? I'm not sure. But I wish it becomes a permanent phenomenon. But will it become so permanent that we can take on China, Korea, or something like that? To be very honest, Mr. Manmani, I am not even thinking of taking them on. I'm thinking of creating some innovation in India for India, wherein we make them irrelevant. That's something that has been there in us all the time. So yeah, that's it. I think Girish had a hard stop at 4:10, so maybe you can ask some of the questions to him before he leaves.
Okay, I think no, we've had a very good discussion so far. So I would suggest why don't we just give a last comment or whatever thought you may have. Perhaps we could start with Girish ji so that, he's also short of time. So yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Girish Kamal.
Thank you, Manwani ji, and thank you, esteemed speakers, Mr. Brito and Mr. Gulati ji, and also Raju ji for the opportunity. I think definitely we are in exciting times, with the total attitude change in India, where we're going more towards consumerism. There is going to be opportunities for a lot more usage and a lot more sale of electronics. And with that will come slowly the need for manufacturing, producing these in India. And like we all discussed through this, I think definitely with this high volume game, we are going to have to develop products which will have a good domestic consumption and certain variants of this which are needed for the global market, which would help us get the economies of scale. So we are headed in times, the growth for electronics is going to be exponential, which we see in the next 5 years. And not just driven by one segment, but I think across the board, and also with connectivity to different cities, with B and C cities coming up, where a mobile phone in hands of people was kind of unheard of even 15, 20 years ago. I think I remember getting my first mobile phone in the late 90s, in the US. But look at today. I don't think anybody goes out of their homes without a mobile phone. And once we start to do that with a mobile phone, we want to create the similar environment that we have in our homes, in our cars, into any place we go. And a lot of people have also got the opportunity to visit outside India or to many other places, and they see the nice things there that they want to have back. And this sends a lot of propagation and definitely exciting times for electronics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pankaj Gulati, any more thoughts?
No, I think I did share everything, but I must appreciate, I'm very happy to be a part of this panel because, with people like Brito and Girish as part of it, I think I look forward to meeting them sometimes in real non-virtual world and exchange some thoughts, because both of them are very learned and we all learn. In a semiconductor industry, when we say, in India, there's only hardly one or two companies. So where do we learn from? We always say we learn from customers who come from audit, or when we visit somebody. So when customers come for audit, they visited 20 other semicon companies. And when they talk to us and they tell us, we learn from there. So today I learned a lot from both from Brito and Girish ji, and thank you so much. But it was wonderful discussion, Manwani Saab. You did it so well. You picked up everything that I had in my hair and just pulled it out. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Brito Victor, last 30 seconds remarks from you, please.
Yeah, to now also Pankaj sir stole my thing, learned a lot from everybody. That's all, sir. And I was really, very happy. And I would like to meet sometime in person. That's all.
Sure. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. I think we had a very, very useful discussion. I also learned a lot. I'm, kind of a new entrant, a baby in this whole environment of semiconductors. We have been primarily in EMS, but we have taken this huge risk of setting up an, a packaging project in Elsinam Bhiwadi cluster. But great to learn from all of you. But some of the takeaways for me, at least, were just four. One was that we have to think of, when we talk about semiconductors, we have to think of design to device to product. The whole ecosystem has to be developed in the country for the semiconductor industry to succeed in the country. Second, clearly we have to play to scale. We cannot depend only on the domestic market. We have to have exports in our business models. The third point that I heard was that yes, government has done enough, has done quite a lot, but they do need to do more. They need to fine tune the PLI thresholds or whatever, and also encourage MSME through more schemes where MSME participation is more. And also, the government has to create an environment where people like Girish ji or Brito ji, they can come back to India and work for the country. No matter which company, but you are here, you are giving ideas to the industry, and therefore the industry will develop. And last but not the least, the last takeaway for me was that China, Taiwan, Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, whoever, they are going to be there. We cannot say that just because we have become a little bit more self-reliant or the government schemes are going to help us. We have to recognize that competition will remain. So we have to always, to be a leader or to be ahead of the curve, we have to, come out with products which are competitive in the world market. So that's very important. With those remarks, I don't know whether Raju is here. Raju, have we exceeded time or have we, you've done well with time, I think?
So I think you've done very well with time, and I can see that I think Mr. Girish wants to also leave. I saw his message that I think 4:10 is his hard stop. So I think we have done very well, sir. I think we've done it in about just over an hour, which is great. Very, very complex subject and very interesting and enlightening discussion. Unfortunately, I could not hear the whole thing, but only because I'm doing some dual work here. There is something else going on, so I could not really follow the whole thing very well. Still, I did get at least part of it. So I must thank the entire panel for this wonderful discussion. We are going to conclude our CEO forum with this panel. I think this is the first time that we are doing a panel exclusively on semiconductors, which is very interesting for us. And I think we need to play more, a greater role in this area, which we do intend to, and we are starting a study also on semiconductor devices. So I hope that this will help the industry. And thank you, Mr. Brito. Thank you, Mr. Kamala. Pankajji, thank you very much to you also. And sir, of course, to you also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Pleasure. So Girishji and Brito, we have a date with one heading us there also.
Sure, definitely. Yeah, definitely. When we are up
And
there.
Rajuji is the chief guest. Thank you.
Pankajji, you can get both of us in Bangalore, so it's easier for you.
I would come down. Then it's easy for me to get. Thank you, Girishji.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care. Thank you. Stay safe. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. And I take this.
Tanmay is also conveying that thanks.
Thank you, Tanmay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raju.
Thank you, Tanmay.
Likewise, we also thank MMI and Elsina and Raju, particularly you. You have always been very supportive of all these activities. So thank you very much. Thank you, MMI, Electronica, and thank you, Elsina, and the Elsina team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Take care.
And we look forward to seeing every one of you very soon.
Yes, Tanmay. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you.